Good morning, everyone, and welcome out here today to the Sydney International Regatta Centre for the 2021 Rowing New South Wales Small Boats Regatta. It's going to be a great day. Looks like the sun's going to be out and shining for us. My name is Michael McRae. I'm joined in the commentary box by Chris McCarthy. Good morning, Chris.
Good morning, Michael. Absolute pleasure to be out here. It looks like it's going to be a fantastic day of racing ahead of us. Nice early start to get things out of the way with. So today we're looking at, it is going to be reasonably hot throughout the day. We are looking at the potential for some heat management to be in place later in the day, hence why the start of the regatta has been brought forward to 7 a.m. Looking at a top of 36 degrees and light winds throughout the day, as all our athletes will be rejoicing that there is pretty much not a breath of wind out on the course today.
Well, that's right. Not at the moment, certainly, Chris. There's perfect conditions for sculling out here in the early stages of the regatta today, although we are accustomed to see the wind pick up later in the program, as was often the case, but certainly for the moment, those athletes who are racing earlier will be certainly advantaged by these conditions.
Absolutely, we can surely expect a little bit of a tail breeze in the afternoon, as we normally see out here in Penrith. So just as we get underway, we'd like to thank our Rowing New South Wales major partners. So that's Bentley's Chartered Accountants and Business Advisors Australia, who've been supporting Rowing New South Wales for the last 5 years or so, and we do thank them for their ongoing support, as well as V Insurance Group. We'd like to thank them for their ongoing support and their insurance protection for the entire New South Wales community again in the 2021 season. Rowing New South Wales would also like to thank Quest Apartments for their support as the 2020 and 2021 official accommodation partner. Rowing New South Wales members will receive special rates when booking with Quest, so make sure to visit questapartments.com.au when you're looking for accommodation for the next regatta out here in Penrith. And a special mention to Bont Rowing, especially for all of you who are joining us at home watching our live stream. Bont Rowing are our official live stream and point score partners for 2020 and 2021. Specialising in rowing shoes, Bont Rowing is designed for rowers by rowers. So jump online, check them out at bontrowing.com.
Thanks, Chris. And just to remind you all, we do require that you all adhere to COVID-19 protocols. So please remember to maintain a 1.5 metre distance between you where possible, and to practice good hand hygiene throughout the day. And do ensure that you've checked in using the QR codes as you were prompted to do so on your way in here.
So we've just got our first race of the day just coming across the line now. So that first race of the day after the women's elite single has been consolidated. We'll see them later on. The first race of the day was the para single scull, the recreational para single scull, contested over 500 metres. We have just one athlete competing today, and that is Simone Cottam from Balmain Rowing Club. It's just crossed the line, obviously in first place in a time of 3 minutes and 34 seconds. Simone's coached by Barbara Ramjam, Liam James and Anne Craig. So we are running presentations today just for first place in A finals, and we'll be running those directly after the race. So all of you who are lucky enough to achieve that first place in an A final today, or if it is a straight final, you don't have heats, please make your way after the race round to the presentation dais, and we can present you with your prize. So we've just got our next race. That's race number 4 on the program, as the first two were consolidated. So race number 4 on the program is the heat number 1 of the women's under 16 single scull. We'll see a bit of a difference. Our last race was over 500 metres for the recreational para sculling, and this race is over 1,000 metres. So starting halfway down the course, again, no boat holders on the stern. Everyone will get aligned by the aligner's instructions in that 1,000 metre hut, and they'll start from a standing start, normally with a little bit of urgency pretty quickly. It can be a little bit of chaos down there, but the light winds this morning definitely making their lives much easier.
Yeah, certainly, Chris. It can be a bit of a headache to start a 1,000 metre race with swirling winds, but certainly the athletes out here this morning in race 4 will be stoked to have a start that's unaffected. So it should be a great race to watch. Just as we get started, we will run through the crews as they assemble on the start line. Lane 2 from Penrith is Elisa Hotz, coached by Daryl Young. In lane 3 from Nepean, Sophia Zampronio, coached by Daniel Waddell and Jason Waddell. In lane 4 from Mossman is Eva DeStazo, coached by Katie Healy. In lane 5, also from Nepean, Olivia Harris, coached by Daniel Waddell and Jason Waddell. In lane 6 from St Paul's Grammar is Arabella Logan, coached by Daryl Young. And to round out the field in lane 7 from Mossman is Philippa Young, coached by Katie Healy. And you can see, Chris, the scullers are just edging their way up to the starter.
Yeah, so the aligner will have told them to get roughly aligned about 100 metres back from the start line, and then ask them just to edge their way up towards the start. Should get racing underway in the next couple of minutes or so. So we do have a start, and we would have seen on the big screen the aligner's doing a pretty good job of getting our competitors in this race nice and well aligned, or within a couple of inches of each other on the start. Pretty good, as we know how these races can start. It can be a bit of a mess down there, so a great effort from all involved to get this first 1,000 metre of the race of the day underway, and all crews getting off to pretty clean and solid starts, it looks. It'll be a little while before we can determine some placings, but coming through that first 100 metres, looks like everyone's gotten away to nice, clean, fast, competitive starts.
That's right, Chris, and 1,000 metres is a difficult distance to race over because it's kind of not quite a sprint but not quite an endurance event, is it?
No, it's not. It's often races that find can hurt just as much almost as a 2,000 metre race, because you just expect it to be over so quickly, and then you look around, you're only 300 metres in, and
that's right.
You've got most of the race still to go, so there is definitely a little bit of skill, a little bit of tactics to playing the 1,000 metre game just right. These athletes probably won't know too much different, being only under 16s. Be some of their last racing opportunities over 1,000 metres before they progress to the full 2K course.
Of course, and that transition occurs when athletes reach the under 17 age category. I think that's correct from memory.
Yes, under 17s, I believe, with the exception of schoolgirl year 10s, I believe, actually do 1500 metre racing. They're the only category that do.
Righto.
Yeah, not too sure why, but over at the national championships and state championships, once athletes move to under 17, so generally when they're in year 11, they will progress up to 2000 metre racing.
Just turning our attention to the race now, it does look like lane 7 from Mossman, that is Philippa Young, coached by Katie Healy, leads the field, closely followed by lane 5 from Nepean, Olivia Harris. And this under 16 women's single scull event, the first of the day. Some good racing, Young leading the field by just over 2 seconds. But then it's not that much, not that far back to the other competitors.
Yeah, so it definitely looks like those top 3 have solidified themselves in front of the pack, and then a few closer margins down the back in the bottom 3 for 4th, 5th and 6th. But Philippa Young from Mossman Rowing Club definitely settling into a nice rhythm now in the latter stages of the race, probably about 700 metres in now. After about 3 minutes of racing, she definitely will be feeling it. Even if more experienced rowers look at it as only 1,000 metres, 3 minutes of racing is still 3 minutes of racing. Sitting comfortably there out in front is definitely a lot easier when you can see your competition behind you.
That's right, and Young from Mossman really has lowered her rate and has asserted a lead over the field, so she's doing it relatively easily, you would think at this point. But as you said, Chris, it's never easy over 1,000 metres.
So it is coming into the last few strokes. It's still Madison Stanley from Mossman who's out in front, but not Zoe Wisner from Penrith Rowing Club, not letting her have it. Oh, rather, sorry, that is Gary Cotera from Nepean, not letting Zoe have it all her own way. Zoe just fends off a bit of a late challenge there to take the lead and take the win by about a boat length there over Nepean Rowing Club. In third place, we'll see... In third place, it's Eva DeStazo from Mossman. In fourth, we'll see St Paul's Grammar, represented by Arabella Logan. And just crossing the line now from Nepean Rowing Club, Sophia Zamprodno and Alyssa Hotz from Penrith in sixth place.
So that was the first heat of the women's under-16 single scull, which was won in an unofficial time, I believe, of... no, we've now received official confirmation that that race was won in a time of 4 minutes, 27 seconds. And the progression in this event is that the first 4 scullers will progress through to the final, which is in race 20, and the rest will be eliminated. So that'll be Young, Harris, DeStazo, and Logan that progress to the final.
So that race we'll see at 9:03. So definitely a pretty short turnaround for these under-16 athletes. Getting some racing in, I'm sure they'll be glad for it to be a short turnaround, and they'll be out of here before they have to sit around in the heat of the day for too long. But recovery will be important in that about an hour and a half or so between the two races. On the course now, and just through the 500 metre mark, we have the second heat of the under-16 women's single scull. And I'll read out in order of how we saw them place through the 500 metre mark, the halfway mark. In first place at the 500 metre mark, we had Imogen Gray from Mossman Rowing Club. In second place, we had Madison Stanley from Mossman Rowing Club. In third, from Penrith, we had Zoe Wisner. In fourth, from Nepean, Gary Kotera. And in fifth, from Glee, we had Sophia Miller. And it looks like those positions have remained relatively unchanged as we progress into the red boys of the last 100 metres. So that will be Imogen Gray from Mossman Rowing Club, still maintaining that first place in lane 6 there. Just taking the final few strokes, nice good length there to cross the line in unofficial time, 4 minutes and 18 seconds. So we'll definitely be looking to Imogen as the favourite for the final, considerably faster than the first heat. Just coming into the line now will be her clubmate Olivia Harris from also from Mossman Rowing Club. The margin of 19 seconds. Madison Stanley from Mossman Rowing Club, margin of 19 seconds back to her. Zoe Wisner from Penrith in third place.
And so the official time for Heat 2 of the women's under-16 single scull is 4 minutes and 18 seconds, and that race was won by Imogen Gray from Mossman Rowing Club. Coming in second place was Madison Stanley, also from Mossman. Third from Penrith Rowing Club, Zoe Wisner. And in fourth place from Nepean, Gary Kotera. And those 4 athletes will progress through to the final.
So we'll now move down to the 2,000 metre start line for the first of our 2,000 metre races today. That is our main race distance that we'll see the majority of our races undertaken over. So we have race number 6, the first heat of the men's under-21 coxless pair. In lane 3 from UTS, we have Mitchell Kaponis and Liam Glacken, coached by Alex Field and Hallie Chapman. In lane 4 from Mossman Rowing Club, we have Torben Ungermark and Nicholas Pender, coached by Matthias Ungermark. In lane 5 from Sydney Rowing Club, we have Max Pearce and Andy Hoffman, coached by Donovan Seck and Shane Mulvaney. In lane number 6 from Sydney University, we have Nicholas Miro and Henry Ryan, their coaches Christopher Holliday and Jack Hanley. And in lane number 7, also from Sydney Rowing Club, we have Declan Glendenning and Alec Hoskin, from coached by Donovan Seck and Shane Mulvaney.
The progression for this race will be So Chris, the progression for this race will be that the first 4 crews over the line will progress to the A final and the rest will go to the B final. And that's race 27 and 28 respectively. And it's also important to note that this event, the men's under-21 pair, does serve as a selection event for the New South Wales Youth 8 squad team, I suppose. Crews are coming across 500 metres right now, and it does appear as though it's lane 4 Mossman, Torben Ungermark and Nicholas Pender that command the lead at this time.
Just over a boat length there. It looks like we don't have timing for the 500 metre hut, but that was definitely the first place through that first timing point was Torben Ungermark and Nick Pender there. Yeah, so as you were saying, Michael, this is the under-21 events today are probably some of the most hotly contested because the Small Boats Regatta is the primary selection event for the New South Wales State Team Cruise. That's the Noel F. Wilkinson Trophy, the men's under-21 Youth 8, and the Bicentennial Cup for the women's under-21 Youth 8. New South Wales obviously being the reigning champions in both of those events. These are very important races this morning as we seek to select the best possible crews for those races in Tasmania at the end of March. So from this race, as you said, we'll have 4 through to the A-final, and same with the next race. Those crews from the A-final, I believe the top 4 pairs, maybe 5 will be invited to seat racing on Monday, along with a number of the under-21 single scullers will also be at that seat racing, and from there they'll pick. They'll either pick an 8 or pick 10 rowers to form a squad, and they'll pick an 8 in reserves from there over the coming weeks. Just coming through the 1,000-metre mark now, it's still Torben Ungermark and Nicholas Pender leading over, from Mossman Rowing Club, leading over Max Pearce and Andy Hoffman. Torben and Nick crossed the line in a time of 3 minutes 28 seconds, so reasonably quick in that first 1,000 metres, and Pearce and Hoffman from Sydney just narrowing that lead slightly that they had at the first timing point. Pearce and Hoffman, both of these crews have actually probably the senior crews in our under-21 field at the moment, having rowed together for probably a bit over a year, both of those pair combinations. It's not surprising to see them out the front, but I know Pearce and Hoffman will be hot on the heels of Ungermark and Pender, not wanting to let them get away too much. Of course, top 4 through the final, 1 eliminated. It won't be weighing on them too much who comes first and who comes second in this heat. Wanting to conserve energy for that next race in a couple of hours' time.
Yeah, Chris, and it does look as though in 3rd and 4th place we'll see UTS, the crew of Caponis and Glacken, put pressure on those top 2 placings, the crews from Sydney and Mossman, and also the crew currently in 4th place. That's the crew of Nicholas Miro and Henry Ryan from Sydney Uni. And the distance between those crews, Chris, is less than 2 seconds. So it is all still to play for as the crews approach the last 500 metres of this race.
Yeah, and interestingly, probably the tightest contention of this race would be right at the back of the field, where Glendenning and Hoskin of Sydney, as well as Miro and Ryan of Sydney University, are less than a second away from each other. So those 2 crews battling not to be the one crew that is eliminated and not make it through to the A final. We just had through the timing through the 1,500 metre mark, and it looks as though Torben Ungermark and Nicholas Pender from Mossman Rowing Club still in the lead, but that lead narrowing. Max Pearce and Andy Hoffman from Sydney just 0.57 seconds back, whereas they were about 3 seconds back at the 500 metre mark. So putting on some pressure in the latter stages of the race. It would be interesting seeing coming into the last 500 metres, seeing what these guys can do and what the final result will be. So it was Mossman first through the line at the 1,500 metres, followed by Sydney, Pearce and Hoffman. 3rd was Sydney University, Miro and Ryan. Glendenning and Hoskin from Sydney Rowing Club in 4th, and Caponis and Glacken from UTS in 5th. Also worth noting, today is Max Pearce's birthday in the Sydney Rowing Club crew, so I'm sure he'll be wanting to get ahead. And it does look as though in the last 500 metres they are pushing in front of that Mossman crew. It is difficult to tell in the heats, though, whether that's a true reflection of speed or if that is some crews looking to save some energy for the final, which is entirely likely and probably a smart decision. So it looks like possibly a few crews have backed off just slightly. But Pearce and Hoffman taking the lead in the last 500 metres as they come into the Red Boys. Barring disaster, they will cross the line in first place by about 3/4 of a boat length. Just inside arm only. Very cruisy from Andy Hoffman there. So crossing the line first, Sydney Rowing Club, Max Pearce and Andy Hoffman at a time of 7 minutes and 10 seconds. They were 1.36 seconds ahead of Mossman Rowing Club's Torben Ungermark and Nicholas Pender. Sydney University in third place, Nicholas Miro and Henry Ryan. We'll just wait for official results there. I'm not sure exactly the order that did come through there. We'll just confirm that for you in a moment.
Chris, some good racing there in the last 500 metres there from those under 21 sweep or rowers contesting the New South Wales State Team selection event. All crews lifting their rates across the board, save for that crew from Sydney Rowing Club of Pearce and Hoffman that cruised over the line fairly easily. But it'll be great to see those guys battle it out in the final before too long.
So as we turn our attention to the medal dais, we have the presentation for race number 3, the para single scull. So ladies and gentlemen, a round of applause to our winner representing Balmain Rowing Club, Simone Cottam. She's coached by Barbara Ramjan, Liam James and Anne Craig. And the medal will be presented by Stephen Donnelly, President of Rowing New South Wales.
And Chris, we now turn our attention to back to the course, where race 7 is underway, which is the second heat of the men's under 21 pair. Just to run through the crews, in lane 3 from Sydney Rowing Club, Connor Greenwood and Thomas Hart, coached by Donovan Check and Shane Mulvaney. In lane 4 from Mossman Rowing Club, Kyle Brown and Tom Gerrans, coached by Judith Ungermark. In lane 3 from UTS, Harry Curtin and Luca Stefanovic, coached by Alex Field and Hallie Chapman. In lane 6 from Sydney Rowing Club, Henry Fura and Bradley Graham, coached by Donovan Check and Shane Mulvaney. And to round out the field in lane 7 from Mossman Rowing Club, Lexi McLean and Max von Appen, coached by Matthias Ungermark.
So as we're through the 500 metres, there's definitely a much tighter, some very tight racing there at that first timing point. So or rather at the 1,000 metre mark. So halfway through the race, we have McLean and von Appen from Mossman leading out the pack, but only narrowly, just 0.64 of a second to Henry Farrer and Brad Graham of Sydney Rowing Club. They're leading their club mates by just over a second. And I'll give you the 1,500 metre timing now because that's updated as I was talking. So it's Henry Farrer and Brad Graham of Sydney Rowing Club who are leading at the 1,500 metre mark by 1.23 seconds to McLean and von Appen of Mossman. It is Finn Hancock and Tom Hart from Sydney in third, Brown and Durans from Mossman in fourth, and then Curtin and Stefanovic from UTS in fifth at that three-quarter way mark of the race. A lot of definitely a younger field this second heat. So in the Sydney crew, Henry Farrer and Bradley Graham, both recent school leavers. Bradley Graham coming down from Townsville, Henry Farrer learning to row at Sydney Rowing Club, the brother of Izzy Farrer, who has competed for Australia a couple of times over the last couple of years. Mossman, a very similar story. Lexi McLean and Max von Appen, both graduates of the King's School last year, so in their first year out of school, as well as Finn Hancock and Thomas Hart from Shaw and Scots, respectively, both first-year school leavers. So a much younger field, but some really tight racing for the, especially considering it is a heat. So anyone's game, considering one crew will not make it through to the A final. There is one crew just fighting not to be that last place. And I don't know, Cran, do you think you can call this at this point? It is very, very tight coming into the Red Boys. It is very tight to call, and it does look as though it is the UTS crew at the moment of Curtin Stefanovic in last place, but they are lifting the rate significantly just to
edge their way out of that last position, and it is very close indeed for a heat. Coming over the line, it will be, as you would think, the Mossman crew first, but it is very close. It's down to the last couple of strokes.
Oh.
Goodness me, that'll be one for the judges. That is extremely close, but a huge lift coming there from the UTS crew. Whether or not it was enough just to get them over the line, I don't know, but we'll...
I think it might have been. I think my call for that, I think the Sydney crew in lane 3 may have come out in 5th place there, but we'll just wait to see what the judges have to say about that one, because it was definitely very close across the Sydney crew in lane 3, Mossman in lane 4, and UTS in lane 5 for that all-important last place. But in first was Mossman, Lexi McLean and Max Von Appen, coached by Matthias Ungermack. In second was Henry Farr and Bradley Graham, looked to be just easing off the pace at the end there, conserving for the final. In third, fourth and fifth, we'll just wait till we do have the official results here.
I don't think so yet. We'll just...
Oh, no.
No, we'll just wait on the official
second.
results for race 7. But some extremely close racing, Chris, for very early in the day for the second heat of the men's under-21 pair there. Some
look, I haven't even finished my coffee yet, and the racing's getting hot. Yeah. So fantastic to see.
So we now have received official results. In race 7, first place Mossman from Mossman of McLean and Von Appen in first place. Second place Farrer and Graham from Sydney. Third place from Mossman, Brown and Gerrans. And it was the UTS crew of Harry Curtin and Luka Stefanovic that did just edge out that Sydney Rowing Club crew of Hancock and Hart for that all-important 4th place into the A-final. And it was a stellar lift from those guys just to edge their way out just by 0.1 of a second, or by 0.2 of a second. It was extremely close for those last 3 placings, Chris, in that race there.
Yeah, I think pretty bad luck for Finn Hancock and Thomas Hart there from Sydney, who were third up until probably 1,950 metres, and then just got edged out by a very late sprint finish at the end there.
Of course, and that crew partly comprised of Harry Curtin, and the Curtin family name is well known at this place, the Sydney International Regatta Centre. Of course, Harry is the brother of Matthew Curtin, who is a well-esteemed athlete in his own right. The stroke of the 2018 New South Wales Penrith Cup crew that broke a 20-year drought to win the Penrith Cup race at the Interstate Regatta here in 2018, and Matt is an extremely esteemed and established athlete, and so you would think those family genes give Harry a good amount of pedigree in that race.
Well, it definitely helps him across the line, didn't it?
That's right. That's right. And so on the course now is race 8, which is the first heat of the men's under-21 singles scull. And the progression, as we have seen previously, is that the first 4 scullers will go through to the A final, race 21, and the remainder will progress through to the B final in race 22. Just to run through the field, it will be in lane 1 from Penrith Rowing Club, Bradley Moran. Lane 2 from Sydney University, Elliot Simpson, coached by Chris Holliday and Jack Hanley. In lane 3, from Canberra ACT, Raphael Priest, coached by Mark Kwiatkowski. In lane 4, from Mossman Rowing Club, Brandon Smith, coached by Judith Ungermark. In lane 5, from Sydney University, William Delaney, coached by Jack Hanley and Chris Holliday. In lane 6, also from Sydney Uni, Angus Arnott. Lane 7, from Mossman Rowing Club, William Bogue, coached by Matt Ungermark. Lane 8, from UTS Rowing Club, Lachlan Roach, coached by Alex Field and Hallie Chapman. And to round out the field in lane 9, from Mossman Rowing Club, Oliver St. Pierre, coached by Judith and Matthias Ungermark. And of course, we'd like to welcome all our competitors and coaches who have made the trek up here from the Australian Capital Territory. Of course, some representation from the Canberra-based rowing clubs in today's schedule. I think led by the Australian Capital Territory Academy of Sport coach Dave Romano. So welcome to the ACT guys today, and we'll look forward to seeing. And they're always tough competitors, Chris. The competitors from Canberra.
Yeah, absolutely. I think you'll be racing up against Hamish Harding later on in the day.
That's right. That'll be a match-up for the ages for sure.
I know he was happy to be back in paradise, as I saw on Strava yesterday.
Right.
That was his caption, back in
okay,
paradise.
Yeah.
And it is looking like paradise this morning. So as we came through the 1,000 metre mark in this race number 8, the under-21 single scull, it was Elliot Simpson from Sydney University who was leading out the field by a healthy 5-second margin, time of 3:43 there through the 1K. He was leading over Oliver St. Pierre from Mossman Rowing Club in second place, who had just a very narrow margin over Lachlan Roach from UTS. William Bogue from Mossman in fourth, again only very narrow margin back there in fourth. From Canberra, we have Raphael Priest in fifth, Brendan Smith from Mossman in sixth, Bradley Moran from Penrith in seventh, and Angus Arnott from Sydney University back there in eighth place. So for this one, it'll be the first 4 competitors through to the A final, and the second 4 through to the B final later on in this morning's racing. So at the moment, that's Elliot Simpson, Oliver St. Pierre, Lachlan Roach, and William Bogue sitting in those important A final positions, and a good 4-second margin back from 4th to 5th. So just separating out those top 4 from the B final at the moment.
Thanks, Chris. And yeah, this race, although it is a sculling race, is still technically a selection event for that for the Noel F. Wilkinson squad. It is a sculling race, but the 8 that is eventually selected will comprise both athletes who have qualified in a sculling boat and in a pair as well. So although the path might not be as clear-cut, you might say this is an event in which athletes do vie for selection into the New South Wales underage state team.
So the squad that will be invited to the seat racing this week will comprise the first 4 under-21 pairs, and then the first and second placed eligible athletes in the under-21 single. So definitely a harder path through to the state team for the scullers. But I believe there is there may be there are 2 more positions beyond that, which can be comprised of which this year looking like will be comprised of scullers. So possibly up to 4 scullers from the A final of this race will be invited to seat racing, then to vie for the Noel F. Wilkinson Trophy. As we come into just approaching the Red Boys now, it looks like Elliot Simpson from Sydney University has maintained that lead that he's held all throughout the race, possibly just conserving a bit of energy now for the final, letting that lead narrow slightly. But across second, third, fourth and fifth, it is absolutely bow ball for bow ball over in lane 2, over in lane 3. That's from Canberra, Raphael Priest, definitely not wanting to be pushed through to the B final. Is very close. So it'll be Oliver St. Pierre from Mossman that'll come in there in second, followed by Lachlan Roach from UTS Rowing Club, William Bogue there in fourth place, Raphael Priest just coming back to not quite make it into fourth, sitting there in fifth, Brandon Smith from Mossman Rowing Club in 6th, Bradley Moran in 7th, and Angus Arnott crossing the line in 8th place. So the winning time for that one from Elliot Simpson, 7 minutes, 44.45 seconds, a margin of 1.35 back to 2nd, 0.64 to 3rd, and 0.79 back to 4th place.
So we'll be those first 4 scullers through that will progress to the A final. Simpson, St. Pierre, Roach and Bogue, and the rest of the field there, Priest, Smith, Moran and Arnott, will progress to the B final.
So we turn our attention back down the course. We have the second heat of the men's under-21 single scull. It's race number 9. And we'll read out the crews in order of placing there at the 1,000 metre mark. So, which I believe may just be slightly off. But in first place at the 1,000 metre mark was Miles Harold from the Nepean Rowing Club, followed by Tom Anderson from Sydney University. Tom Anderson, I was saying to Michael earlier, would be the favourite in this race, being he was selected in the New South Wales Youth 8 last year. But in second place, just a narrow margin back there at the 1,000 metre mark. In third from Mossman, Patrick Burke. Fourth from Canberra, Cormac Hayes. In fifth from UTS, we have Henry Blackwell. In sixth from UTS, Ned Power. Seventh from Mossman, Thomas Whalen. Eighth from Mossman, Joshua Wilson. And in ninth place from Sydney University, we have Ryan Gibson. It does look like those first 2 placings have just switched around at the 1,500 metre mark. So there we had Tom Anderson from Sydney University, who was selected in last year's crew, who were unfortunately obviously unable to race. Tom Anderson there leading at the 1,500 metre mark, followed by Miles Harold from Nepean, Cormac Hayes from Canberra back in 3rd, Patrick Burke from Mossman back in 4th, Ned Power from UTS and Henry Blackwell from UTS in 5th and 6th, Thomas Whalen from Mossman in 7th, Joshua Wilson from Mossman in 8th, and Ryan Gibson from Sydney University in 9th. So again, we'll see those top 4 places progressing through to the A final later this morning, and it is pretty tight margins all the way down.
Extremely tight, less than a second.
Less than a second for the first few.
First 5 or 6 places. Wow, it's tight.
It is very tight across that, excuse me, across those first few places there. So we'll definitely see a bit of competition for some athletes looking to avoid that dreaded B final.
And Chris, just drawing your attention, that sculler in second place, Miles Harold from the Nepean Rowing Club, has been one to watch for many years. He's rowed from a very early age, and I've seen his name at the Regatta Centre pop up time and time again, and he's improved every regatta I've seen him. But he will be one to watch going forward, that athlete from the Nepean Rowing Club. I know that he trains with Daniel and Jason Waddell out here on the Nepean Rowing course, so he will be one to watch throughout the season. Absolutely, and it's great to see an athlete from Nepean who we unfortunately don't see at the pointy end of the pack as much as we would like. That's right. Really mixing with some of our athletes from high performance clubs. But it is extremely close. Look at this. Again, bow ball for bow ball in the red boys. So those top 4 positions do look fairly sorted between it'll be Tom Anderson from Sydney University, who will take the lead. The next 3 places are going to be very tight. Wow. Oh, I'm going to leave that for the judges. That's very, very tight across the board. Some really close racing there. Did look like Cormac Hayes may have just come through. That's the unofficial results. I think we'll just wait till those are officially confirmed before we announce what's happened there. So unofficially, that race was won by Tom Anderson in a time of 7 minutes and 39, which is fairly blistering for a heat in an under-21 single scull. Absolutely. You would think, Chris, at this point of the season as well. Like, it is a very strong time. Very dead conditions out there as well, I would say. It's not a breath of wind in any direction, which is you're definitely not going to see 7-minute single scull times today. Certainly, but some high caliber racing so early in the program. It's the other state youth 8 crews could see that race. I'm sure they'd be quivering in their boots. Some strong performances coming in there from our New South Wales contenders. Absolutely. So great to see. Great to see. On the course now is race 10, which is the first heat of the men's under 19 single scull. So in lane 2, we had Julian Herver from Glebe Rowing Club, but he has scratched. So in lane 3, to start with, we have Bo Nicholas from Mossman Rowing Club. In lane 4, from St George Rowing Club, Sandy Mitatelu, coached by Mark Featherstone. In lane 5, from Mossman Rowing Club, Alex Bohm, coached by Judith Ungermark. In lane 6, from Nepean Rowing Club, William Spears, coached by Daniel Waddell and Jason Waddell. In lane 7, from Mossman Rowing Club, James Scott Brown, coached by Judith Ungermark. And in lane 8, from Glebe Rowing Club, Christopher Stone.
So we'll bring you the official results from race number 9, that second heat of the men's under 21 single scull. So in first place was Tom Anderson from Sydney University in a time of 7:39.7 seconds, with a margin of 1.21 seconds back. In second was Cormac Hayes from Canberra. In third place was Miles Harold from Nepean Rowing Club, just edged out of the, I believe he was sitting up in second place for most of the race there. In fourth place from Mossman was Patrick Burke, in time 7:41, so less than 2 seconds, but separating the first 4 places there, and all of those 4 will be progressing through to the A-final. In fifth was UTS, represented by Henry Blackwell. In sixth from UTS, Ned Power. Seventh from Mossman, Thomas Whalen. Eighth from Mossman, Joshua Wilson. And ninth from Sydney University was Ryan Gibson.
And Chris, just as race 10 comes over the 1500 metre mark, it is Bo Nicholas leading the pack. He's come through in a time of 6 minutes and 4 seconds. 10 seconds back to Chris Stone from Glebe Rowing Club, closely followed by the Mossman Scullers of Bohm and Scott Brown. Fifth place, the fifth standing place at the moment is William Spears from Nepean, and sixth place from St George is Mitatelu.
Yeah, so being a heat and with definitely some short turnarounds this morning, most finals are only about an hour and a half, 2 hours after the heat. We are seeing definitely some mixed tactics employed here. And if we look across onto the course now, it does look like Bo Nicholas from Mossman is just letting the boat run a little bit of a lower rate of striking. He's established that lead early on, and now he's just cruising for the last few hundred metres to conserve some energy for his race later on this afternoon. And barring disaster, this first heat of the under-19 single will be won by Bo Nicholas of Mossman Rowing Club there, coached by Judith Ungermark, who coaches all the juniors down there at Mossman. And looks like his clubmate Alex Bohm will be in third, placing just behind Christopher Stone from Glebe Rowing Club, who's sitting in second at the moment. An unofficial time of 8 minutes and 16 seconds there for Bo Nicholas. He is followed there by Christopher Stone from Glebe Rowing Club, with a margin of 12 seconds there. 9 seconds rather. Alex Bohm from Mossman in third, 5 seconds back. And yet another Mossman sculler. That'll be James Scott Brown from Mossman there in fourth place. Rounding out the field will be William Spears from Nepean Rowing Club, who will cross line 6 there, and Sandy Mitaloo from St George Rowing Club, rounding out this first heat of the men's under-19 single scull.
And certainly, Chris, you can just see the difference, I suppose, in calibre of racing just between that under-19 and under-21 age category. Certainly the under-21 scullers and pair racers contending for selection to the state crew, and that was reflected in the very tight heat racing that we saw just now, and this under-19 race by comparison is very easily won by Nicholas in a time of 8:16. So So the racing, I suppose, just a little bit easier for athletes in that race, you might say?
I'd just say it is a lot more competitive, a lot more cutthroat in the under-21 division. It's a big step up for both for under-19 athletes going into under-21s, and I think it's an even bigger step up for people graduating school and going into under-21s. I believe if you have a look at the under-21 pairs, all the crews that performed the best were ones that had rode at clubs throughout school. Most of those athletes had sort of done a little bit of both and had some experience in the club racing scene, and they knew what they were in for when they rocked up today.
That's right. And it is a tough transition. You're right in saying that. And you do step up and play with the big boys to an extent when you do make that change. But, I suppose it does separate the men from the mice, so to speak.
Yeah, it definitely takes a little bit of time, that transition. Sometimes we can see... I know at Sydney Rowing Club at the moment, they have a very, very young squad of under-21 boys. I think 6 out of 8 of them are going to be in their first year out of school. And it may take some time for just to get the racing experience under their belts. And but it is definitely a big step up playing with the big boys. So today it is unfortunate that we're unable to have spectators out here with the requirements, and we would like to remind people to maintain your 1.5 metres distance and to stay in your boat areas and practice good hand hygiene throughout the day. But one of the positives, I believe, is that throughout the with people not as willing to come to regattas, and in this case not allowed to, we have had Bont Rowing on board as the live stream and point score partner for 2021. Presenting to us these wonderful pictures that we've got on our screen. We've got I think we've got 92 people watching the live stream, so hello to everyone at home, and I hope you're enjoying the coverage. Hopefully it's the next best thing to being out here watching the racing today.
Thanks, Chris. And just to turn our attention back to the racing, it will be lane 5 that is... from Sydney University, it looks like. We've got a Sydney University crew, not judged, just coming over the line in that race just now. So he didn't form part of this current race, which is race 11, which is just coming over the line now.
So in this race 11, it does look like in lane number 2 there, Tom Faflin from Mossman Rowing Club. So it's the second heat of the under-19 single. Tom Faflin from Mossman Rowing Club has taken the lead there. It looks like followed by lane 3 from Penrith, Liam Taylor. And in lane 4, Hugh Harold from Nepean Rowing Club in 3rd place there.
It was a bit closer. I think we should probably just wait for those official results, I think. There was a photo finish there, I think, between 4th and 5th place.
And that is the all-important 4th and 5th place, with the top 4 from that race progressing through to the A-final later on this morning. So we do have official results there for race 11. That was the men's under-19 single scull. In first place there was William Delaney from Sydney University in a time of 7 minutes 49.87 seconds. And then a margin of 21 seconds back to Tom Faflin from Mossman Rowing Club in second. In third was Hugh Harold from Nepean. In fourth, Liam Taylor of Penrith. In fifth, Oliver Thomas from Mossman. In sixth, Evan Lloyd from Mossman. And in seventh, from Glebe Rowing Club, we have Patrick Blampede. And if we look down to the start line, we'll have race number 12 just getting underway now. So a little bit of a mixed bag here. A few different races in one, if you will. We have the para single scull. So in lane number 1 from Glebe Rowing Club in the PR3 division is Mika Kelly, coached by Brad Smith. In lane 2, representing Sydney Rowing Club in the PR1 division, we have 5-time, I believe, world champion Eric Horry, coached by Jason Baker. In lane number 3 from Balmain Rowing Club, in the PR3 division, we have Bronte Marshall, coached by Barbara Ramjam, Liam James and Anne Craig. In lane 4 from Balmain, we have Stephen Lawler, coached by Barbara Ramjam, Liam James and Anne Craig. In lane number 6 from Sydney Rowing Club, we have Ben Gibson, coached by Donovan Seck and Shane Mulvaney. In lane number 7 from Sydney University, we have James Talbot, coached by Christopher Holliday. In lane number 8 from UTS, we have Thomas Birtwhistle, coached by Hallie Chapman and Alex Field. And in lane number 9 from Nepean Rowing Club, great to see her back on the water, we have Kathleen Murdoch, coached by Lindsay Callahan from Nepean.
Thanks, Chris. And as you did say, it is a bit of a mixed bag here. We were just talking before about a real race that will exist in this, I suppose, event between PR3 rowers Ben Gibson, James Talbot and Thomas Birtwhistle, who are, I suppose, contesting more directly for a, I suppose, selection into those Paralympic boats.
Yeah, absolutely. So we'll see those three, Thomas Birtwhistle, James Talbot and Ben Gibson will be contesting for the 2 male places in the PR3 Coxed 4. I believe there's a couple of guys from South Australia as well who'll be contesting for those places. And coming through the 500 metre mark, look like Thomas Birtwhistle with a handy lead there, going out really strong in that first quarter of the race, followed by James Talbot and then Ben Gibson back in third. So that'll be one sort of race happening within this race. We'll also see Kathleen Murdoch, who'll be contesting hopefully for one of the female places in the mixed Coxed 4. Then from Balmain, Bronte Marshall and Stephen Lawler, both part of that really strong para rowing squad there. And then over on the far side of the course, we have Eric Horry, sort of racing his own race, but looks like having a good tussle with Bronte Marshall there from Balmain. Eric Horry, obviously PR1, so that is use of the body from the torso upwards, just formerly known as the arms and shoulders single scull. Eric seeing quite a lot of success along with his coach, JB. Then over in lane 1, I'm not sure if we've had a start, just can't quite see, it was Mika Kelly from Glebe. So a lot going on in this race, a few different little races unveiling to keep an eye out on. But it'll definitely be interesting to see what happens on this side of the course between Gibson, Talbot and Birtwhistle. So through that 1,000 metre mark, looked like the margins had narrowed slightly, but still keeping that theme of the 500 metre mark that we saw earlier. So it was Thomas Birtwistle from UTS out in the lead in time of 3:46 through the halfway point. From Sydney University, James Talbot, 3.95 seconds back there, and then Ben Gibson, 3 seconds back in third place there at the 1,000 metre mark.
Coming through the 1,500 metre mark now is Thomas Birtwistle in a time of 5 minutes and 46 seconds. And I suppose the margins between those first three scullers, Birtwistle, Gibson and Talbot, have shrunk. Ben Gibson has edged his way into second place behind Birtwistle by a narrowing margin of 2 seconds, 2.5 seconds roughly, back to Talbot from Sydney Uni, 1.3 seconds roughly, back to Talbot there.
Very typical of Ben, the man with the biggest biceps in Australian rowing, I believe it's said, to row a very even split throughout the race. I know that he's definitely not the fastest starter, and you'll often see him maintaining the same speeds across all the 500 metres and just edging his way back. And it does look like now in the last 500 metres mark, it does look like he's just edged his bow ball in front. He's lifted his rate of striking, and he's rating higher than his two nearest competitors there. And looks like he'll be just edging ahead, possibly. It's very hard to tell from the angle, but it does look like that is the case as we come into the red boys. It'll be Ben Gibson leading Thomas Birtwistle by, I'd say, almost a boat length at this stage, and then possibly another length back to James Talbot from Sydney University. Yeah, as they come in front of the finish tower here, it is Ben Gibson of Sydney Rowing Club taking the lead after a very slow start and just edging his way through the field. Methodical, definitely the most experienced sculler in the race at this stage.
Certainly Chris is looking very good coming across the line there, Gibson. Yeah. And Birtwistle coming in second place to edge out James Talbot from Sydney University Bow Club there, who comes in unofficially in third place. And Tom Birtwistle, Chris, has come down to UTS Rowing Club. He's actually been around for a while. Has Birtwistle? He's made a return to the sport this year.
Used to row for Sydney actually.
That's right.
Quite maybe 5, 6, 7 years ago or so.
That's right. So he's been around the block for sure, and so it's really interesting to see him come back into the sport for 2021 and tussle with and put in a fairly solid performance with some quality competition here in Gibson and Talbot.
Absolutely, it's great to see more competition in the para rowing, more competition for those Paralympic spots later in the year. Just crossing the line now, that will be Bronte Marshall from Balmain Rowing Club. Bronte coming through the para rowing program there at PLC Sydney as a schoolgirl. Been around for quite a few years now. She's followed by Stephen Lawler from Balmain and Eric Horry from Sydney Rowing Club there in 6th position across the race, but obviously first in the PR1 division.
And Chris, you're about to be joined by Mr. Mark Tejan in the commentary box here. Mark from Glebe Rowing Club has been around the block a couple of times in the commentary box. So we look forward to hearing him as to what he has to say to us this morning. But I'm about to take off and compete in some racing a bit later on. So thanks to you, Mark, for joining us, and I'm sure everyone will be looking forward to.
What time did you say it was? 9:30 you're on the course?
Oh, I'm at 10:08. So
10:08. 10:08 men's elite lightweight single.
That's right, yes.
Keep an eye out
Correct.
for
Right.
Michael McRae from
Very
UTS Rowing Club.
Thanks,
Good
everyone.
luck.
We'll see you
All
later.
the best. So confirming the official results there now that all crews have crossed the line for the race number 12, the para single scull. In first place is Ben Gibson from Sydney Rowing Club in a time of 7 minutes and 43 seconds. In second, the margin of 4.96 seconds back was Thomas Birtwistle of UTS. In third, from Sydney University, James Talbot. In fourth, from Balmain Rowing Club, Bronte Marshall. In fifth, Stephen Lawler from Balmain. In sixth, Eric Horry from Sydney Rowing Club. In seventh, from Nepean, Kathleen Murdoch. And in eighth, Mika Kelly from Glebe. And if we turn our attention down to the medal dais, we'll have a presentation for the PR3 and the PR1 single sculls. The first place in the PR3 single sculls was representing Sydney Rowing Club. Round of applause for Ben Gibson. Ben was coached by Donovan Seck and Shane Mulvaney.
While we're waiting for Eric to get on the dais, the race coming down the course is race 13. In lane 2, we have Liesl Page from Sydney Rowing Club. In lane 3, Bridie Morrison from Glebe. In lane 4, Emma Melker from Drummoyne. In lane 5, Maliha Zulfikwa from Nepean. In lane 6, Yumi O'Carrigan from Glebe. In lane 7, Sophia Armitage from UTS, and in lane 8, Charlotte Murray from St Paul's Grammar. And it looks like the rower over there in lane 2, Liesl Page, has a lead on the field. Just as they starting to come into the last 250 metres, Liesl Page seems to have quite a good lead out there, followed by, I think that's Emma Melker, isn't it? Out there in the middle. And then close on the close side here in lane 8, Charlotte Murray from St Paul's Grammar. Yes. Looks like it's going to be a bit of a competition between Charlotte and Emma.
Yes, definitely a little bit of a tussle there at the back of the field, but is Liesl Page there from Sydney Rowing Club, I believe, being coached by a mixture of Brendan Longman and Charlie Patterson at SRC, one of her first 2 kilometre races in my knowledge. One of the first few races for the club as well, I believe. So very comfortable lead out there, not backing off either, which is great to see in this straight final of the under-17 single scull. And we'll see a little bit more competition, definitely for second place between Emma Malker of Drummoyne and Charlotte Murray of St Paul's Grammar. Charlotte there rowing, looking at the coaching team, looking like rowing out of Penrith Rowing Club, but competing for her school today. It will be Liesl Page from Sydney Rowing Club to take the win there in the women's under-17 single scull.
With an unofficial time of 8 minutes 46, it's pretty good.
Definitely pretty handy for one of the first few 2 kilometre single scull races. It is tough out there, especially as a junior. And just coming through the red boys now, it looks like we'll see Emma Malker of Drummoyne Rowing Club in second place, just stretching out a bit of a lead there over Charlotte Murray of St Paul's Grammar. Charlotte Murray of St Paul's Grammar crossing the line there. And it looks like next across the line will be Sophia Armitage of UTS, having established herself in that 4th position, just a hair over a boat length in front of Yumi Carrigan from Glebe, and the Glebe number 2 crew, Bridie Morrison back in 6th place, with Malia Sufilka of Nepean in 7th to round out the field in a minute or so. And as we're waiting to finish off the under-17 single scull, we'll turn our attention back to the medal dais, where we'll present the winner of the PR1 single scull from Sydney Rowing Club, Eric Horry. Eric's coached by Jason Baker.
And we have race 14, the men's under single scull, coming down the course. In lane 1, we have Carson Prout from Glebe. In lane 2, Callum Dunn from St George. In lane 3, Lachlan Fraser from Mossman. In lane 4, Damien Wang from Nepean. In lane 5, Jack Stone from Glebe. In lane 6, Finn Satava from Mossman. In lane 7, Tanish Patel from Nepean, and in lane 8, William Whitfield from Glebe. I think we have a rower there is actually in lane 9. I dare say that's the lane 8 rower coming down the course.
Yeah, well, you just want to
Well,
try out all the lanes, see which one's the fastest. The
Exactly.
junior rowers want to get a bit of experience in all the lanes. We can forgive that. So back to 1,000 metre racing here. We had a few 1,000 metre races earlier, and back to that shortened racing for our under 16 rowers here. So under 16 is you need to be under 16 on December 31st of the year of competition. So all these athletes will be 15 years or younger. So looking at about that sort of year 9, possibly some year 10 athletes here. And all club athletes, which is great to see. So there at the 500 metre mark, it was Lachlan Fraser of Mossman Rowing Club in first place, and it looks like he's just extended that a nice healthy lead out in front. Lachlan Fraser, coached by Bjarni Ungermark and his mum, Judith Ungermark. In lane 6 was Finn Satava from Mossman. He's sitting in second place, also coached by Bjarni and Judith. He was just 2 seconds back behind his clubmate there, and it looks like that's just extended a little bit as we're just about to cross into the Red Boys. Callum Dunn from St George was sitting in third, coached there by Mark Featherson. Tanish Patil from Nepean in fourth. Daming Wang from Nepean in fifth. Carson Prout from Glebe in sixth. Jack Stone from Glebe in seventh. William Whitfield from Glebe in eighth place there. Just struggling with the boys a little bit in the last 250 metres or so. That's quite all right.
And Lachlan Fraser is just crossing the line with a very healthy lead. I don't know, it's about 6 lengths back to Finn Satava. And on the far side, coming in third will be lane 2, which is Callum Dunn from St George. Quite a spread out field there for
especially for a short race.
Yeah.
Quite a lot of varying experience probably in some of these younger races, especially where there's a lot of club athletes. We'll have some athletes where they may have only just picked up rowing in the last.
A great battle there. Jack Stone from Glebe was giving it everything he got. He was not going to let the other guys get away from him, but caught a crab just before the second to last buoy there.
It may not have ended up on top, but I think if you're counting his lucky stars, didn't end up in the water there. It was a very, very close call. And just rounding out this one, we'll have William Whitfield from Glebe rounding out the race in 8th place.
Well, I'm a bit disappointed in that. He's rowing my boat.
Oh.
It's a winning boat.
Oh.
Coming down the course now, we have race 15, para single scull. This is a 1,000 metre race, and it's just 2 competitors. We have Tarley Hind in lane 4. They're both from Balmain, and are both PR3. And this side of her in lane 5 is James Johnson. And it looks like James has taken a fairly comfortable lead. So through the 500 metre mark, James Johnson has a healthy 10-second lead over Tarley. Yeah.
So Tarley Hind from Balmain sitting in second there. She's another athlete that comes through the PLC Sydney para rowing program. PLC Sydney do a lot of work with some disabled young girls, and that does translate into their rowing program as well. Great to see a lot of these girls rowing all the way through from year 8. Normally we don't have para rowing starting that young, but great to see the schools encouraging it at a young age. Just as we've crossed the line, Balmain James Johnson has unfortunately just gone for a little bit of a dip there, but crossed the line before he went in. So still finished, still got that buzzer, but has we'll have our awesome lifeguards heading over there to help him back into his scull. Tarly Hine from Balmain crossing the line, margin of 20 seconds back there.
That's perfect timing.
Absolutely
if you're
perfect
going to
timing.
fall in, you need to cross the line first.
So, as we wait for our next race, we'll turn our attention back down to the presentation dais to present the medals for for race number 13, the women's under-17 single scull. Representing Sydney Rowing Club, congratulations to Liesl Page.
So on the screen you may be able to see the race 16, the women's elite single scull final lining up. This is 2,000 metre race. Lane 1 has been scratched. That's Vanessa Edwards from Nepean. In lane 2 we have Kelly Drenth from Sydney University, coached by Thomas Lorich. In lane 3 we have Nicola Martinsich, coached by Hallie Chapman and Alex Field from UTS. Very proud to say she started off her rowing career at Glebe.
Very successfully at Glebe, I believe, as well.
Absolutely. In lane 4, we have Sienna Grady, coached by Lindsay Callaghan from Nepean. In lane 5, Harriet Hudson from the Sydney NTC. In lane 6, Georgina Gotch, coached by Donald McLaughlin from Sydney University. In lane 7, Rowena Meredith, from Sydney University NTC, and in lane 8, Kate Rowan, again coached by Donald McLaughlin from Sydney University, and in lane 9, Amanda Bateman from Mercantile NTC.
So we're always really lucky here in New South Wales to have the girls from the National Training Centre just down the road on the banks of the Nepean River come over here and compete in our definitely more local, more club regattas, and we're extremely lucky to be able to watch some world-class racing. So in this one, we've got Harriet Hudson, who in 2019 won a medal in a silver medal in the under 23 women's double sculls at the World Championships in Florida, as well as a medal a couple of years back in the under 23 women's quad. She also represented Australia in the 2016 women's single, and won the Queen's Cup for the first time in 13 years for New South Wales in 2019. Most importantly of all, it is her birthday today. So happy birthday to Harriet Hudson. Next to her, we have fellow Queen's Cup member, Georgina Gotch from Sydney University. I believe previously at the NTC, and now just training out of Sydney University under the watchful eye of Donald McLaughlin. Rowena Meredith there, also from Sydney University, is at the National Training Centre. Competed in the women's quad in 2019, definitely a building crew, the women's quad, and got some strong, very positive results. I believe they got a third at one of the World Cups in some pretty gusty conditions in 2019. It'd be really great to see the women's sculling progress through 2020 and hopefully into some positive results at the Olympics. Of course, Amanda Bateman in lane number 9, closest to us to Mercantiles, also at the National Training Centre, one of our top women's scullers, having raced in the double scull in 2019 at the World Championships alongside Jen Horton. So I believe we're just going to get some vision through the 500 metre mark, and as expected, it's very tight across all the girls in the women's NTC. I would say that birthday girl Harriet Hudson there in lane number 5 would have been just a bow ball ahead of Amanda Bateman from Mercantile Rowing Club closest to us in lane number 9. We won't get any timing there, but we'll get some timing at the 1,000 metre mark. But I would expect all 5 of those girls from lane 5 onwards to be very close all the way across the board. And as well as Nichella Martinchik, she would be very, very close up with these girls. Recently pushing up from the under 23 level, or I believe still competing under 23, I'm not 100% sure there. So an under 23 athlete, Nikki Martinchik, definitely will be knocking on the door of these senior girls. But the competition, keep your eyes on those lanes closest to us on this side of the course. That'll be where we'll see all the action today. You can see on our screens Harriet Hudson there, getting some pretty impressive length. She is a tall girl, and looks like she's just pulling in front of the field, but it's very, very, very close. Oh, just 0.7 of a second ahead of Amanda Bateman there at the 1,000 metre mark. So Harriet crossing that halfway marker in a time of 3:50, and Amanda Bateman just 0.7 of a second behind her. Rowena Meredith, also from a third NTC member in this race, just under 2 seconds behind Amanda there. Kate Rowan and Georgina Gotch closely following, hot on their heels there. So both Kate and Georgina have both spent time at the National Training Centre this cycle, so definitely still considered world-class athletes in this race. Nikki Martinchik just about 8 seconds back in 6th place there behind Georgina Gotch, and Kelly Drenth from Sydney University sitting there in 7th place, just a couple seconds behind Nikki there. Sienna Grady from Nepean Rowing Club just rounding out the field there in 8th place. It's definitely hard to see on the live stream there because our closest competition for first and second is between lane 5 and lane 9, and with Amanda Bateman there and being so close to the cameras in lane 9, we won't get a chance to see until right at the last second. It does look like Amanda Bateman's just pulled ahead at the 1,500 metre mark, about a boat length in front of Harriet Hudson, so 1.9 seconds in front there at the 1,500 metre mark. Rowena Meredith still in 4th. And Rue is just leading Kate Rowan there, Rue in 3rd, Kate Rowan in 4th, Georgina Gotch there in 5th place at that 1,500 metre mark. There's still some pretty tight racing, but some positions beginning to establish themselves at this point in the race. Looks like we're seeing not too much of a change of positions as we come into the final 200 metres or so. We're just about to cross into the red boys here, and you can see Amanda Bateman still with that boat length or so lead in front. Harriet Hudson not letting Amanda have it all her own way, lifting the rate of striking there in the last couple hundred metres. Definitely not leaving anything to chance in this race. Every race is important here at the National Training Centre. They're always vying for selection, and every data point's important. But it will be Amanda Bateman from Mercantile Rowing Club, and supported by the National Training Centre, who will cross the line in first place of the women's elite single scull in a time of 7 minutes and 40 seconds. It'll be Harriet Hudson just following by about 2 lengths behind, 5 seconds margin there. Marina Meredith, Sydney University in third. Kate Rowan in fourth place. Georgina Gotch in fifth. We'll see Nikki Martinchik just rolling into the last 5 or 6 strokes or so to cement her position in sixth place here. And Kelly Drenth of Sydney University crossing the line in 7th, margin of 10 seconds back there. And Sienna Grady of Nepean Rowing Club in lane 4, crossing the line to round out the field in 8th place.
So race 17, the B-final is cancelled, and of the women's elite single scull. And we're just going to go to a presentation.
So we'll move down to the presentation dais now for presentation of race number 15, the Para Single Scull. And ladies and gentlemen, a round of applause from Balmain Rowing Club. We have Bronte Marshall.
And we have race 18 coming down the course. It's the women's under 19 double scull. This is another 2,000 metre race. There are 5 rowers. In lane 3, we have Claudia Horrell from St Catherine's. In lane 4, Claire Robinson from Penrith. In lane 5, Charlotte Murray from Penrith. In lane 6, Sarah Berretree from Nepean. And in lane 7, Talisa Knock Driver from Sydney. And it looks like to me that Talisa is probably in the lead, so it looks like the 2 outside lanes are battling it out. So Teresa on this side in lane 7 and Claudia Horrell on the far side in lane 1, but in lane 6 Sarah Berretree is certainly working hard to keep up with them. Do you think I've got that right?
That does look like it was the case at the 1,000 metre mark there, and it looks fairly unchanged. So Talisa Knock Driver and Ella Huber from Sydney, they're coached by Brendan Longman and Donovan Steck. They're out there with a pretty healthy lead in lane 7 at the moment, possibly battling it out with. They're not in lane 7, but are they? Ignore me. That is the Sydney crew in lane 7 there with the pretty healthy lead, and they look to have only extended that at the 1500 metre mark. Just came through the 1500 metre mark in time of 5:56. They're about 9 seconds in front of the girls from St Catherine's. That's Claudia Horrell and Amelia Cooper, coached by Dermot O'Driscoll and Richard Coakley. In third place there at the 1500 metre mark was Sarah Berritry and Michaela Hull from Nepean, coached by the Waddell brothers. And then just coming through the 1500 metre mark now, we'll have Penrith 2 and Penrith number 1. So that's the Robinson Joins combination, followed by the Murray and Anderton combination. So it does look like the order of everything is remaining fairly fairly unchanged. Pretty healthy margins coming into the last 500 metres here for this straight final of the women's under-19 double scull.
Yeah, in my error there, I omitted the that it was the second rowers in each boat. So yes, it is indeed a double scull. Great work from this Sydney Rowing Club crew. I believe both these girls are just going into year 11 now, so on the younger side of the under-19 spectrum. And they've been both learnt to row at Sydney Rowing Club over the last 18 months, and rowing together very nicely at the end of a 2,000 metre race. Definitely look like they are more experienced than they are, which is fantastic to see from these girls very early on in their careers. Hopefully a bright future ahead for these two. Pretty long and fairly well connected through the drive of the stroke. Be Talisa Noak driver and Ella Huber to take out this final of the women's under-19 double scull. Time just under 8 minutes, so that's always a really healthy start for some year 11 girls. Be a good time to work off. Be from St Catherine's, Horrell and Cooper in second place, a margin of 12 seconds back there. So the Sydney crew really winding it up in the second half, gaining 9 seconds across the second 1,000 metres. Be Sarah Berritry and Michaela Hull from Nepean in third. Robinson and Joins from Penrith in fourth, in lane 4 there. And Murray and Anderton from Penrith in lane 5 to cross the line in 5th place. And as we're in between races now, we'll turn our attention back to the medal dais for the presentation of medals for race number 15, the 1,000 metre para single scull. Ladies and gentlemen, a round of applause representing Balmain Rowing Club, Tali Hind, coached by Barbara Ramjam, Liam James and Anne Craig. And for the men's, a round of applause for James Johnson, also of Balmain Rowing Club. And coming down the course, we have the men's under-17 single scull, race 19. Is this a heat or a final?
I believe this one's a straight final for the under-17s.
Straight final. So in lane 2, we have Alex Fella from Nepean. In lane 3, Finn Woodward from Sydney. In lane 4, Oliver Klotz from Glebe. In lane 5, Joe Lynch from Mossman. In lane 6, Zach McPherson from Sydney, and in lane 7, Josh Herridge from Mossman. And they look to be fairly close as they're coming through the 1,000 metre mark there.
Yeah, definitely pretty close across those first 4 placings, especially for such a young race. So these boys will be going into year 10, I believe. They will be 16 years or younger this year. So we've got timings at the 1,500 metre mark now. In the lead was Finn Woodward from Sydney Rowing Club, coached by James Petering and Brendan Longman. So I believe Finn is also part of Redland School, as well as rowing at Sydney Rowing Club on his days off from school rowing. In second place was Zach McPherson from Sydney Rowing Club, coached there by Charlie Patterson and Brendan Longman, a margin of 5 seconds back there to Zach. In third place was Joe Lynch from Mossman Rowing Club, coached by Bjarni Ungermark and Judith Ungermark. In fourth place were also from Mossman, Josh Herridge. In fifth, Oliver Klotz from Glebe, coached by Brad Smith. And in sixth place was Alex Vella from Nepean, coached by the Waddell brothers and Victoria Trevitt.
And Finn Woodward seems to be comfortably holding on to his lead as he comes down to the last 50 metres or so here, followed by Zach McPherson, probably 3 or 4 boat lengths, and then 3 or 4 boat lengths then back to Joe Lynch from Mossman. And that's Finn Woodward. It's crossed the line and 8 minutes and 2 seconds, followed by Zach McPherson, then Joe Lynch from Mossman, closely followed by Josh Herridge from Mossman. And pushing along here is Oliver Klotz from Glebe, sporting one of our high visibility caps, so that hopefully the ferries and barges and various other craft running around Blackwattle Bay will see us.
With any luck.
And working hard to get to the line there over in lane 2 is Alex Fowler from Nepean, putting in a good effort. Looking round for the line, and now he crosses over. That's Alex Fowler from Nepean. It's race 20.
So race number 20, next on our program, is another straight final. We're back to 1,000 metre racing for this one. I believe it's our last 1,000 metre race for quite some time until later in the afternoon. So it is the straight final of the women's under 16 single scull. Big representation from Mossman Rowing Club in this one. In lane number 1 from St Paul's Grammar, we have Arabella Logan, coached by Darryl Young. In lane number 2 from Penrith Rowing Club, we have Zoe Weisner, coached also by Darryl Young. In lane number 3 from Nepean, Olivia Harris, coached by Daniel Waddell and Jason Waddell. In lane number 4 from Mossman, Imogen Gray, coached by Katie Healy. In lane number 5, also from Mossman, Philippa Young, coached by Katie Healy. In lane 6 from Mossman, Madison Stanley, coached by Katie Healy. And in lane number 7 from Mossman, Eva DeStazo, also coached by Katie Healy. And in lane number 8 from Nepean Rowing Club, we have Gary Katera, who we saw race earlier in the day, I believe, coached by Daniel Waddell, Jason Waddell, and Victoria Trevitt. Katie Healy there doing some coaching of the young guns at Mossman Rowing Club, I believe, while she's injured. Normally rowing, a bit of a club athlete at Sydney Rowing Club, but just enjoying the coaching life at the moment out there on Middle Harbour.
Just watching that start, it looked like Madison Stanley was the first out of the blocks, very fast, followed by her other Mossman compatriots, Philippa Young and Imogen Gray.
Yeah, so Mossman obviously building a really good junior squad. Some girls that would be going into year 9 at school, or possibly year 10. So great to see a strong junior squad building out of there, and it'll be interesting to see how we go here. It does look in the distance like we might have those 4 scullers there at the front of the field. So coming through the 500 metre mark, which is of course the halfway mark in this 1,000 metre race. It was Imogen Gray from Mossman Rowing Club in first place at that halfway point, a healthy margin of 2.6 seconds to Gary Kotera from Nepean. It's then a trio of Mossman rowers in third, fourth and fifth, Madison Stanley, Philippa Young and Olivia Harris in that order. Zoe Wisner from Penrith was placed in sixth at that halfway mark, followed by Arabella Logan from St Paul's and Eva DeStazo from Mossman rounding out the back of the field.
All right, and they're coming into the last 100 metres here. It looks certainly still, Imogen Gray seems to be holding her lead out there in lane 4. And close to us here in lane 8, Gary Kotera from Nepean is working hard to hold her second place, looking very nice. And she'll be followed by the other two Mossman girls, Madison Stanley and Philippa Young in lanes 6 and 5. Then just over on the far side in lane 2, we have Olivia Harris. So Imogen Gray has just crossed the line in 4 minutes and 7 seconds. Followed by Gary Kotera from Nepean, Madison Stanley from Mossman, Philippa Young from Mossman, Olivia Harris from Nepean, and the next one will be Arabella Logan from St Paul's over on the far side. She'll be followed across by Zoe Wisner from Penrith, and rounding it out in lane 7 will be Eva DeStasio.
So in a couple minutes' time, we'll head back up towards the start line for race number 21, the men's under 21 single scull A final. So this is where the point in the day where things start to get very heated. I believe the next hour and a half, almost every event has some waiting towards selection of the New South Wales state team across pretty much all events. We'll have over the next hour and a half, we'll see all the under 21 events. We'll see some lightweights in both singles and pairs racing. We'll see some under 23 and elite pairs racing. It's all going to be jam-packed, some very high performance racing in the over the next 90 minutes or so. So race number 21, the men's under 21 single scull, that'll be getting underway in just a moment. They're down on the 2,000 metre start line now. In lane 1 from Mossman, we have William Bogue, coached by Matthias Ungermack. In lane 2 from Nepean, we have Miles Harold, coached by Daniel Waddell and Jason Waddell. In lane 3 from Mossman, we have Oliver St Pierre, coached by Judith Ungermack and Matthias Ungermack. In lane 4 from Sydney University, Tom Anderson, coached by Christopher Holliday and Jack Hanley. In lane 5 from Sydney University, we have Elliot Simpson, coached by Christopher Holliday and Jack Hanley. In lane 6 from Canberra, we have Cormac Hayes, coached by David Framano. In lane 7 from UTS, Lachlan Roach, coached by Alex Field and Hallie Chapman. And in lane 8 from Mossman, we have Patrick Burke, coached by Matthias Ungermack. So definitely the way the heats work, we will have the athletes who place the highest in their heats in the centre of the course, as that's seen to be a more advantageous lane. So I know that Tom Anderson won his heat pretty comfortably in the under-21 single, and he was, in fact, selected in the 2020 New South Wales Youth 8. So he's there sitting in lane 4. Definitely be one to watch in this race. We also did see a really good race from Miles Harold over in lane number 2 in his heat, really competing, especially in the first 1,000 metres, possibly bringing it down. We're not sure, so we'll have to wait and see how he performs. Could be one to watch in this A final. So we don't have any timing from the 500 metre mark, but looking at the live stream there, it looked like it was Tom Anderson from Sydney University across that first timing point first, followed by Elliot Simpson from Sydney University, just about half a boat length behind. About another half a boat length back to Miles Harold from Nepean, sitting in third place there at the 500 metre mark. Now I know in eights racing, it is often said that the winner to the 500 will often go on to win the race, but that is certainly not the case in the single scull. A much slower boat, it is much easier to change the speed of the boat. It's much easier to sprint to the finish, and it's also a lot easier to fly and die. So we won't read too much into those first 500 metre results, but it could be a sign to come. We'll see how we go as the athletes sort of come towards the 1,000 metre mark over the next 45 seconds or so. Coming through the 1,000 metre mark there, it was Tom Anderson in the lead with a time of 3 minutes and 40 seconds through to the 1,000 metre mark. So definitely pretty quick considering second race of the day, and it is pretty flat out there. Looks like we might be getting a little bit of a tailwind in some parts of the course. Obviously things do tend to change with the trees, so might see some slightly faster times as we progress through the morning. There's Tom Anderson in the lead, 2 seconds in front of his compatriot from Sydney University Boat Club, Elliot Simpson. It's Cormac Hayes from Canberra Rowing Club in third place, just 0.6 of a second back. Lachlan Roach of Mossman Rowing Club in fourth place there. Oliver St Pierre from Mossman in fifth. William Bogue sixth. Patrick Burke in seventh, and Miles Harold possibly just missed on the timing there at the 1,000 metre mark. I think he might have been a little bit higher up in the field than the timing is indicating there. A bit of a GPS school affair out the front of the pack there. Tom Anderson graduating the Shaw School, I believe, in 2018, or 2019 rather, and I believe a similar story there with Elliot Simpson. He came from St Joseph's. Both of them continuing on their rowing career at Sydney University, and obviously finding the single scull to their liking. I believe Tom Anderson rode the pair last year when he was selected for the New South Wales Youth 8, and in the single this year. looking to hopefully be able to race this year. So at the 1500 metre mark, those positions were fairly unchanged. It was Tom Anderson in first, Elliot Simpson second, Cormac Hayes in third, and Miles Harrell from the Nepean Rowing Club in fourth. A pretty healthy margin then back to Oliver St Pierre of Mossman Rowing Club in fifth, Patrick Burke in sixth place there, Patrick from Mossman Rowing Club as well. Lachlan Roach in seventh, and William Bogue in eighth place there. So as I mentioned earlier, this is a selection race for the New South Wales Youth 8. The top 2 scullers will be invited to seat racing next week, as well as the top 4 under-21 pairs. There is also another 2 spots for the selectors to use at their discretion, which usually comes from under-21s rowing in the under-23 pairs. Don't believe there's many of those this year, so we may see some more of these scullers invited to seat racing. Of course, I'm just speculating, but we'll see what the times sort of compare to the pairs, how they compare prognostically. But, it does look like Tom Anderson and Elliot Simpson setting themselves up very well in their campaigns towards selection this year. See, with last year being cancelled, New South Wales are still the reigning champions for the last 5 years in the Interstate Youth Men's 8. Some very commanding leads and some very good crews there the last few years. Looks like as we've come into the last 100 metres or so, Elliot Simpson from Sydney University Boat Club's just dropped back a touch. So it's still Tom Anderson in the lead. He'll be followed across the line by Cormac Hayes from Canberra Rowing Club, who's just edged his way into second place. Miles Harrell also not giving up and letting the boys have it all their own way. So it'll be Tom Anderson in first, Cormac Hayes from Canberra Rowing Club in second, Elliot Simpson just hanging on to third there ahead of Miles Harrell from Nepean Rowing Club in fourth place. Patrick Burke of Mossman there in fifth. Oliver St Pierre in sixth. William Bogue from Mossman in seventh, and Lachlan Roach in eighth place there. Very tight for seventh and eighth. The winning time there, Tom Anderson, 7 minutes, 22 seconds, 0.51. With a margin of 3 seconds back to second place, Cormac Hayes, followed by Elliot Simpson of Sydney University in third place. So definitely much quicker times than we saw this morning. This morning we were seeing most of the single scull times sort of around the 7:40 sort of mark, and so definitely much quicker given that it's a final, and I believe we're also getting a little bit more life on the course in terms of some favourable wind conditions as we progress into the day.
So coming down the course, we have the men's under-21 B-final. In lane 1, Angus Arnott from Sydney University. In lane 2, Thomas Whalen from Mossman. In lane 3, Brandon Smith from Mossman. In lane 4, Henry Blackwell from UTS. In lane 5, Raphael Priest from Canberra. In lane 6, Ned Power from UTS. In lane 7, Bradley Moran from Penrith. And in lane 8, Joshua Wilson from Mossman. And we also noticed that the following race, the men's under-21 pair, race 23 has started, which is the men's under-19 double scull. So they're racking and stacking them here at the moment. wasn't even on, so I'm busy yapping away.
Through the 1500 metre mark there of the men's under-19 double scull, we've got the Sydney crew, Gabriel Carmody and Gordon Applecrin, coached by Brendan Longman and Donovan Seck, crossing the line in first place at that 1500 metre marker. Nice healthy lead of about 19 seconds back to Thomas Faflin and Alex Bohm of Mossman Rowing Club. I know those boys already have a few races under their belts today, coached by Judith Ungamak. The Mossman number 2 crew of James Scott Brown and Evan Lloyd, coached by Biani Ungamak and Justin Brown in third place, just a couple seconds back behind their club mates there. And then the combination of Penrith and Glebe, Patrick Blampede of Glebe and Liam Taylor of Penrith rounding out the field there. So the Sydney crew, Gabriel Carmody, having learnt to row through the club. He's a student at Knox Grammar. His sister rowed for Pymble and then Sydney Rowing Club, and he came down and gave it a shot, and he's definitely progressing really well through his as he's entering year 12 now, through his junior years, and he'll be one to watch for the future. Gordon Applegren joining the club from he's up at school up in Townsville, and will come down and row at the club for races, and joined us on camp over the last few weeks down in the Snowy Mountains. And this combination obviously working out pretty well, as they are definitely not backing off despite their pretty comfortable lead. And they'll just cross the line now. Time 7 minutes and 16 seconds to take out this straight final of the men's under-19 double scull. It will be the Mossman crew of Faflin and Bohm rowing there with St Augustine's Blades. I'm not sure if they are Augustine students or not. I'm thinking they are. I know Augustines do have a very strong tie there with Mossman Rowing Club, having rowing out of there and sharing coaching staff, boats, athletes, just about everything. They'll come in front of their club mates, James Scott Brown and Evan Lloyd of Mossman Rowing Club, narrowly ahead of the Penrith and Glebe combination of Blampede and Taylor in fourth place. And as we head back down the course, just crossing through the 1,000 metre mark, we have the race number 24, the men's elite single scull. Definitely not don't have the pedigree of last year, where we had Ollie Zeidler, the reigning world champion in the men's single scull, the German here racing for Mossman Rowing Club, who took out the race. But we do have some world-class competition with our two lightweights, Hamish Parry and Sean Murphy, in that order, at the front of the field at the 1,000 metre mark. And a third lightweight, Hamish Harding from ANU and the ACT Academy of Sport, coached by David Fermano in fourth place, just a second there behind Sean Murphy. So Hamish Parry and Sean Murphy of Toowong and Mossman respectively, both training out of Sydney University Boat Club under Donald McLaughlin in the double scull. They were selected in the double last year, but the double is so far yet to qualify for the Olympics. So these boys will be looking for selection again in the double this year, and then hoping to get off to the final Olympic qualification regatta, whose location escapes me at the moment. It is normally in Lucerne, before hopefully jetting off to Tokyo in late July. So it was Hamish Parry in time of 3:31 at the 1,000 metre mark. So when I said there wouldn't be any 7-minute single scull times earlier this morning, that's definitely pretty quick through the 1,000 metre mark. Is looking fairly quick on course. A few little patches of tailwind at the in the first half, but pretty dead flat in the second half of the course. So Hamish Parry there was about 2 seconds in front of his doubles partner Sean Murphy. And there at the 1,500 metre mark, the standings remain unchanged, but the margin's pushing out a little bit. Hamish Parry normally sits in the bow seat of that double, I believe, sitting about 4 seconds up in front of Sean, who normally strokes the double. Hamish Harding about 5 seconds back there. Hamish Harding still under 23 athlete, stepping up to get an extra race in the elite single scull. I believe he is. This is also the heavyweight single scull. I believe we're going to see him race in the under 23 lightweight single scull in about an hour's time. alongside our former commentator. The commentator this morning, Michael McRae, will be racing there. And also the leading duo of this race, Hamish Parry and Sean Murphy, they will be racing the double in the men's elite double at, I believe, about, when will we be seeing that? We'll be seeing that later on in the program, just after 11 o'clock. So a good healthy break for a couple of hours, rest and recover for these boys. No weighing in today for those lightweights, not entered in any lightweight events. Definitely still moving at good speed, winding it up towards the line. Be Hamish Parry crossing the line at a time of 7 minutes and 7 seconds, so not holding anything back. Definitely a pretty quick time for January, about 5 seconds ahead of his doubles partner from Mossman Rowing Club, Sean Murphy. Sean's bronze medalist at the Under-23 World Championships, at the Senior World Championships as well, rather, 2 years ago. Hamish Harding in third place there. Marcus Britt from Sydney University in fourth place, first actual heavyweight in the race across the line. Harrison Ralston from Sydney University in fifth. Jason Waddell from Nepean Rowing Club, we've seen many a times today, listed as a coach of his junior athletes there in sixth place. So lining up on the blocks, back down at the 2,000 metre starting point. We have two events in one at the moment. The men's elite coxless pair and the men's elite lightweight coxless pair. In lane number 2, the men's elite lightweight coxless pair, the only lightweight pair in this race, is Peter Waldersee and Andrew Brown from UTS Rowing Club, a relatively new combination together. They're coached by Alex Field and Hallie Chapman. Over in lane number 4, from Sydney University, we have Devlin Walsh and Lachlan Miles, coached by Thomas Lorich. And in lane number 5, we have Jackson Kench from Sydney Rowing Club, combined up with Willow Shaughnessy from Sydney University Boat Club, coached there by Donald McLaughlin. So a few, and then in lane 6, unfortunately, Alex Nicol and Alexander Potter from Sydney Rowing Club, and a well-performing under-23 pair there, have scratched from today due to a little bit of illness coming off the back of a pretty intense rowing club for those, rowing camp for those boys over the last few weeks. So a few different things going on in this race. Peter Waldersee and Andrew Brown. Peter Waldersee having been selected in the Penrith Cup crew the last couple of years, not racing last year, but the year before, coming second in the Interstate Regatta for New South Wales, combined up now with Andrew Brown, formerly of Mossman Rowing Club, formerly of Sydney Rowing Club, to row the pair. So a pretty new combination there. Brownie stepping in for Peter's brother James, who they've rowed the pair together for the last few years. Devlin Walsh and Lachlan Miles, two rowers who have been around for quite some time at Sydney University. I think just having a bit of fun these days with their rowing. Lachlan Miles often seen out in the paddleboard on the Lane Cove River. And then in lane number 5, Jackson Kench and Willow Shaughnessy, the Sydney Rowing Club, Sydney University Boat Club combination there. Been training together for the last 6 months or so, and doing some very impressive things at the national time trial against the senior NTC athletes. So they're an under-23 combination, but definitely have the speed to mix it with the boys contesting for Olympic selection. So definitely one to watch over the next few months as they contest for under-23 or possibly senior selection. through the 1,000 metre mark there, we had pretty much as expected the Sydney Rowing Club Sydney University composite there of Kench and O'Shannessy in first place, time of 3 minutes and 20 seconds to the 1K. So definitely pretty quick, but unchallenged really at the moment without with the scratching of Potter and Nickel from Sydney Rowing Club, without having them next to each other. And then 6 seconds back to Walsh and Miles of Sydney University Boat Club, and 6 seconds back again to the lightweight boys from UTS of Waldersea and Andrew Brown. All the standings remaining relatively unchanged. The lightweights in this race will definitely, these results will go towards selection for the Penrith Cup. This alongside the other sort of contenders would have, we'll see White Bat racing in the under-23 lightweight single a little bit later on. We've seen Sean Murphy racing as well, and we'll also see Michael McRae racing later on this morning rather, as well. So those are sort of the 5 main competitors there for the Penrith Cup. So it'll be very interesting to see how that crew materialises over the next couple of months. So despite remaining fairly unchallenged, Kench and O'Shannessy not letting off the pace in the last 250 metres or so. Definitely keeping the rate of striking high, getting a really good, strong hit out off the back of most athletes, including, and definitely is the case for these. Sydney University Boat Club spent a good amount of time up at Taree, racing and training for a couple of weeks in January, so it'd be good to see how that training's gone for them. And they'll be keen to put down the best time they can. Crossing the line here, sitting at about 41 strokes a minute, so really winding it towards the line here. Kench and O'Shannessy, we'll see if they can lay down a pretty impressive time. 6:40's just clocked over, so it'll be fairly quick here. And we're seeing a little bit of a tussle, so that'll be crossing the line 6:47 there. We're seeing a little bit of a tussle between the lightweights and the heavyweights on the far side of the course. Brown and Waldersea just trying to sprint back together at the finish there. Walsh and Miles 17 seconds back, crossing the line about 4 seconds in front of the crew, the lightweights from UTS. So the winning time from that one, 6:47 for Kench and O'Shannessy, Sydney Rowing Club, Sydney University, followed by Walsh and Miles of Sydney University, 17 seconds back, and then Waldersea and Brown 4 seconds back from there.
So race 26, the women's under 21 single scull, 2,000 metre race. In lane 1, we have, lane 2, Sophia Miller from Glebe, coached by Milan Parker. Lane 3 is Sarah Fard from UTS. Lane 4, Star Rose Miller, that's Sophia's older sister, has scratched. In lane 5, Laura Gawley from UTS. In lane 6, Grace Cypher from Sydney. Sophie Houston from Sydney University is also scratched. In lane 8, Grace Turner from Sydney University. They're about to come through the 1,000 metre mark shortly.
So just getting the times there through the 1,000 metre mark. It was Laura Goulet from UTS, coached there by Hallie Chapman and Alex Field, who's leading the charge at the 1,000 metre mark by about 5 seconds back to Grace Cypher from Sydney Rowing Club. It's Grace Turner from Sydney University in 3rd place, and Sarah Fard from UTS in 4th. Sophia Miller from Glebe rounding out the field there at the halfway point in the race in 5th place. So Laura Goulet was also selected in the Youth 8 for New South Wales last year. Unfortunate not to get a race, but no one really had a say in that one. So she'll be definitely a hot favourite for this race, and is really turning it on the halfway mark with a pretty commanding lead there in the first half. Grace Cypher from Sydney Rowing Club was originally from Queensland. She lives about 3 hours out of Townsville, out of Rockhampton rather, in far north Queensland, right in the middle of nowhere. And she has come down and joined Sydney Rowing Club, and it has transferred to New South Wales, so we'll be looking for selection. She's a lightweight, so she's also eligible for selection in the Victoria Cup, the lightweight quad, but racing here in the under-21 single for selection in the Bicentennial Cup, where New South Wales are the reigning champions from 2019. And she's got a pretty healthy lead there over Grace Turner from Sydney University Boat Club. As we approach the 1,500 metre mark, and nothing changed too much there at the pointy end of the field. Laura Goulet in 1st place. Grace Cypher just narrowing that lead slightly. It's still just under 5 seconds back in 2nd place there. Grace holding the under-19 lightweight Australian 2 kilometre ergo world record with a score in the low 720s. Very impressive for a girl weighing under 60 kilos. So a lot of power there for a lightweight girl, and she's definitely using it to her advantage to maintain that position up the front of the field. It's Grace Turner from Sydney University in 3rd place, Sarah Fard from UTS in 4th, Sophia Miller from Glebe in 5th place. Those last two just approaching the 1,500 metre mark now. So not too much cause for Laura Goulet to panic here in the red boys that signify the last 100 metres. It's cruising along there at a stroke rate of about 30 strokes per minute. Grace Cypher just winding it up towards the line there to narrow that lead, but it not really too much to worry about for Laura Goulet of UTS. Who'll cross the line, time of 8 minutes and 5 seconds. Pretty par for the course for a strong under-21 women's single sculler. Just over 4 seconds back to Grace Cypher from Sydney Rowing Club in 2nd place. It will be Grace Turner of Sydney University Boat Club. Closest to us in lane 8 there, across the line in 3rd place. Pretty significant margin there back to 3rd. And next across the line, Sarah Fard, previously of Tara Anglican School over at Parramatta, racing for UTS in 4th place. Sophia Miller from Glebe, rounding out the field there in 5th place for the women's under-21 single scull. The selectors watching that one with a keen eye, and then we'll be watching the women's under-21 pair in about 15 minutes time, comparing all those girls against each other. So back down the course now, we're majority of the way into the race in the A final of the men's under-21 coxless pair. In lane number 1 from Sydney University, Nicholas Mirror and Henry Ryan. In lane number 2 from Mossman, Kyle Brown and Tom Durans. In lane number 3 from Mossman, Torben Ungemark and Nicholas Pender. Lane 4 from Mossman, Lexi McLean, Max Von Appen. In lane 5 from Sydney Rowing Club, Max Pearce and Andy Hoffman. In lane 6 from Sydney Rowing Club is Henry Farrer, Brad Graham. Lane 7 from UTS, Caponis and Glacken. So at the 1500 metre mark, leading the charge there was Lexi McLean and Max Von Appen, the younger brother of Zach. Leading out their compatriots from Mossman, Torben Ungermark and Nicholas Pender by about 1.5 seconds. It was the Sydney number 2 crew of Henry Farrer and Brad Graham, who are 3 seconds back in 3rd place at the 1500 metre mark. Max Pearce and Andy Hoffman, another 3 seconds back or so there in 4th position. So those top 4 crews really vying to be invited to seat racing for the New South Wales Under-21 Youth 8 to compete at the Interstate Regatta and help retain that Noel F. Wilkinson trophy. At the moment, that is the 2 Mossman crews and the 2 Sydney crews up the head of the field. Not too much changing here as we crews start to wind up towards the line. Lexi McLean and Max Von Appen having a real dig in the last as we just cross into the red boys. Lexi McLean and Max Von Appen, both graduates of the King's School, unlucky to come second at Head of the River last year. No, there won't be a second place today as they stride out in front of their club mates from Mossman Rowing Club in second place, Torben Ungermark and Nicholas Pender. Both crews there, coached by Matthias Ungermark, the German world champion and world record holder. So that'll be Lexi McLean and Max Von Appen to cross the line in first place there, time 7:03. Ungermark and Pender 4 seconds back. Farrer and Graham 2 seconds back. Pearce and Hoffman in 4th place, just under 2 seconds back there. And then it'll be Caponis and Glacken in 5th place for UTS Rowing Club. Harry Curtin and Lucas Stefanovic in 6th place. Pretty tight there. Maybe just edged out by Brown and Durans of Mossman Rowing Club. And then it'll be Nicholas Miro and Henry Ryan of Sydney University Boat Club rounding out the field. The official time there, 7 minutes and 3 seconds, 0.3. On course now are the 2 crews that missed out on the A final of this under-21 coxless pair, both hailing from Sydney Rowing Club. We have in lane number 5, Finn Hancock and Thomas Hart. In lane number 4, we have Declan Glendenning and Angus Aitken, both from Sydney Rowing Club. So Declan and Angus from Shaw and Scots respectively, and the number 3 crew, Finn Hancock and Thomas Hart, also of Shaw and Scots respectively. So 2 major Rennie trophy holders there in this field. But as I said earlier, with myself and Michael were discussing, it is definitely a big step up from school rowing into under-21 rowing, especially when you go from rowing an 8 all the time into the small boats. You can't really hide in a pair as well as you can in an 8, and a lot of these boys will just be sort of making their return to the sport over the last few months. But some promising young talent here that'll be really good to see develop over the next year or so. Really, even though it is a B-final and just racing against their club mates, it is the first hit out of the season. I believe the first hit out in the Sky Blue of Sydney Rowing Club for these boys. And Tom Hancock and Finn Hart really winding towards the line. And they'll cross the line now, time 7 minutes, 29 seconds. A good, healthy margin ahead of Glendenning and Aitken. Also have Sydney there in lane 4, who will cross the line in second place of this B-final of the men's under-21 coxless pair. Turn our eyes back down the course, and we've got another really exciting race featuring many members of our Women's National Training Centre located over on the banks of the Nepean River, getting a hit out, first hit out of the real racing season today in their National Training Centre combinations. Just before we get to them, we'll head down to the presentation dais and present medals for the A final of the men's under-21 coxless pair. So representing Mossman Rowing Club, our winners of the under-21 pair, Lexi McLean and Max von Appen. Crew was coached by Matthias Sungebach. And heading back down onto the course now in the women's elite coxless pair. In lane 1, we have Siona Wilson from Tamar and Emma Fessy from UTS, members of the NTC. In lane 2, an under-23 pair, not from the National Training Centre, from Sydney Rowing Club, Lauren Graham and Isabel Farrer. They're coached by Lachlan Carter and Donovan Seck, really looking to make a dent on these senior girls as they push towards under-23 selection this year. In lane 3, we have Georgie Rowe from UTS and Bronwyn Cox from UWA Boat Club. In lane 4, we have Sarah Hall from Huon and Olympia Aldersey from Adelaide, these two reigning world champions in the women's coxless 4. In lane number 5, we have Rosie Popper from Banks Rowing Club and Lucy Steffen from Melbourne University Boat Club. They were their crewmates in the women's coxless 4 in 2019. In lane 6, Jess Morrison from Mercantile and Annabelle McIntyre from Fremantle Rowing Club. These two got the silver medal in the women's coxless pair at the 2019 World Championships. In lane 7 from Adelaide and Mercantile, we have Katrina Wary from Mercantile and Molly Goodman from Adelaide Rowing Club. Both these girls were in the 8 in 2019. In lane 8, we have Genevieve Horton from Sydney University Boat Club and Georgia Patton from Western Australian Rowing Club. Both those girls are coming over from the sculling side of the training centre. And in lane number 9, we have Leah Saunders from Sydney Rowing Club and Georgina Gotch from Sydney University Boat Club. I believe Leah was in the 8 in the bow seat in 2019, and Georgie Gotch was the reserve for the team in 2019. And as we came through the 1,000 metre mark, somewhat unsurprisingly, it is the World Championship silver medalist Jess Morrison and Annabelle McIntyre in the lead in a time of 3:32.17. So these girls would definitely be giving some of those under-21 men's pairs a real run for their money. They're followed in second place by Wary and Goodman from the women's 4, just less than a second back there at the 1,000 metre mark. Rosie Popper and Lucy Steffen in third place. They're followed by Hoare and Aldersey, then Rowe and Cox, Graham and Farrer in 5th place, Wilson and Fessy in 6th, Horton and Patton in 7th, and then Saunders and Gotch in 8th or 9th rather place in at the 1,000 metre mark. We may have just had some timing miss there at the 1,000 metre mark. We'll have that come through and rectify itself in a moment. But as I was saying earlier, super lucky to have such absolute world-class racing here out in Penrith at what is a relatively small, mostly club regatta. To have the national pair and to have really probably three of the top 10 best women's pairs in the world racing at a small club regatta in New South Wales. We're really lucky to have the standard of competition out here that we have. We'll have some times as we come through the 1,500 metre mark in a moment. It looks like those standings have remained relatively unchanged as we come through that 1,500 metre mark. It is Morrison and McIntyre still in first, that 3/4 mark, followed by Wary and Goodman, then Popper and Steffen in third place. A slight adjusting of the rankings there at the 500 metre mark. It looks like Horton and Patton were actually in 4th place there. Both of those girls coming over from the sculling side of things. Georgia Patton in 2019 appearing alongside Harriet Hudson in the 23 double scull, getting a silver medal at Worlds, and Jen Horton racing in the double scull at the 2019 Senior World Championships, qualifying that boat for the Olympic Games. So at the 1500 metre mark, we did have Horton and Patton there in 4th, Hoare and Aldersey in 5th, Georgie Rowe and Bronwyn Cox in 6th, Lauren Graham and Isabel Farrow, the under-23 pair, really nudging their way up into things in 7th place there, ahead of Siona Wilson and Emma Fessy, and then Leah Saunders and Georgie Gotch rounding out the field there in 9th place. Awesome to see this standard of racing here. These girls going seriously quick. Just because it's a local regatta, it's not a world championships, does not mean that these girls are going to be laying down times that are any significantly slower than if there was some serious medals on the line. The former Australian women's pair of Jess Morrison and Annabelle McIntyre from Mercantile Rowing Club and Fremantle Rowing Club, just coming in to cross the line now to take out the win in the women's elite coxless pair. In time 7 minutes and 8 seconds. They're followed by Wary and Goodman in 2nd, Popper and Stefan in 3rd, Patton and Horton in 4th. 5th place, we'll see Sarah Hall from Huon and Olympia Aldersey from Adelaide Rowing Club. Georgie Rowe and Bronwyn Cox from UTS and University of Western Australia, respectively, in 6th place. See an absolute humdinger there. The girls from Sydney Rowing Club, the under-23 girls, mixing it up with the senior women's pairs. The 7th place coming in just in front of Siona Wilson and Emma Fessy, who were in 8th. And then rounding out the field, Leah Saunders and Georgina Gotch in 9th place there. So, continue on with our theme of women's coxless pairs. We have 2 events in one for race 30, the women's under-21 coxless pair and the women's under-23 coxless pair. In lane number 1, competing in the under-23 coxless pair, it's the only under-23 crew in the race, Georgia Bradley and Neve Graham from Sydney Rowing Club. They're coached by Lachlan Carter and Donovan Seck. They were in the lead of the race overall at the 1,000 metre mark. In lane number 4, starting with the under-21 pairs now, from Sydney Rowing Club in 2nd place at the 1,000 metre mark was Evie Thompson and Caitlin McManus-Barrett. They're coached by Lachlan Carter and Donovan Seck. Good for them to be out leading the charge at the halfway point, and they're both very recent school leavers. In lane number 5, India Hobbs and Emily Shepherd from Sydney University Boat Club coming in 3rd there at the 1,000 metre mark, followed extremely closely by Lily Gavin and Lily Eels from Sydney Rowing Club there in 4th place, just less than a second back. Danielle Stewart and Alex Smits of Sydney University Boat Club, Alex Smits being the stroke side reserve of the Youth 8 last year. They're in 6th place at the 1,000 metre mark. Also from Sydney University, Grace Livingston and Ella Casson. They're in 7th at the 1K, and then Ella Huber and Talisa Noak Driver, they are under 17 girls competing up in the under-21 pair to get another race in, rounding out the field there. So good to see them out having a good hit out. That's so good. Top 3. It's fantastic. So at the 1500 metre mark there, it was the 3 Sydney Rowing Club crews out leading the charge as we come into the last quarter of the race. So that under-23 pair of Georgia Bradley and Neve Graham leading the charge. Georgia Bradley back this year from Harvard, where she was studying over in the US, but obviously had to come back and studying online and racing for Sydney Rowing Club, joined there by Neve Graham, who is looking for selection in the under-21 Youth 8 for New South Wales. Second place there, Evie Thompson and Caitlin McManus-Barrett, both fresh out of school and leading the under-21 women's pair at the 1500 metre mark, and look like they've just extended that lead through the last 250 metres or so. Seems to be very tight out there for third place. Lily Gavin and Lily Eales did have it at the 1500, but the 2 Sydney University crews, that's Hobbs and Shepherd as well as Stewart and Smits, really knocking on the door of that third place finish. As we said before, the top 4 crews are going to get invited to seat racing for the under-21 Youth 8. So there'll be definitely some desperation there at the back of the field. But it looks like that the Sydney Rowing Club crew might just hold on for third there. But it will be Georgia Bradley and Neve Graham of Sydney Rowing Club to win the under-23 pair and the race overall. The under-21 pair, Caitlin McManus-Barrett and Evie Thompson will take it out, followed by Lily Gavin and Lily Eales. It'll be Danielle Stewart and Alex Smits in 4th place for Sydney University, and then India Hobbs and Emily Shepherd in 5th position there. And just finishing out the race, we'll have the 3rd Sydney University crew, Grace Livingston and Ella Casson, followed by, just coming into the Red Boys now, the younger girls backing up after their win in the double not more than 45 minutes ago. Ella Huber and Talisa Noak Driver, coached by Brendan Longman and Donovan Seck, to round out the race number 30, the under-21 and under-23 coxless pairs. The winning time for that one, 7 minutes and 55 seconds. And we'll just turn our attention down to the presentation dais, where we'll have the presentation medals for the women's elite pair, race number 29. From the National Training Centre, we have Jess Morrison from Mercantile Rowing Club and Annabelle McIntyre from Fremantle Rowing Club. Round of applause.
So race 31's coming down the course. It's the men's under-23 single scull, 2,000 metre race. They've just come through the. Have they come through the 1,000 metre mark? Just come through the 1,500 metre mark. Over in lane 3, we have Jordan Duff from Sydney University. In lane 4, we have Jared Terry from St George. In lane 5, Oscar Williams from UTS. In lane 6, Lachlan Dunn from St George. And in lane 7, Marcus Delamata from UTS, who seems to be pretty much out in the lead there, along with Oscar Williams from UTS, who I think is probably ahead of Marcus there. Quite a way back to the other 3. Yeah, so the through the 1,500 metres, the Oscar Williams and Marcus Delamata were well ahead of the Jordan Duff from Sydney University, and then he was well ahead of Lachlan Dunn from St George, followed by Jared Terry. So into the last 100 metres here, Oscar Williams looks fairly comfortable, just holding his lead there. Marcus Delamata about 3 or 4 boat lengths back.
Oscar Williams, the reigning New South Wales state champion in the under-23 single from last year. A big, powerful boy.
Yeah, crossing the line in 7 minutes 21. Followed by Marcus Delamata, nearly 8 seconds behind him. Over on the far side there, Jordan Duff is, I think he's realised that he's not going to win the race.
It does look like he's just wound it down a little bit.
However, Lachlan Dunn here from St George, making sure that he's putting in a good effort just to finish. Looking clean and long. And I think Jared Terry over there in lane 2 has realised that he hasn't won either, so is not working too hard as he crosses the line.
Just cruising, perhaps conserving energy for a race further down the line. So sticking with our under-23 singles, race number 32 on the course now, just approaching the 1,000 metre mark, is the women's under-23 single scull. We've got 6 competitors today, almost entirely from Sydney University and Sydney Rowing Club, as well as one from Japan. So in lane number 2, we have Sky Frobel from Sydney University Boat Club. In lane 3, Jamie Ford from Sydney University Boat Club. In lane 4, Elias Zulfikar from Nepean Rowing Club. In lane 5, Ella Mancinis from Sydney University. In lane 6, India Thompson from Sydney Rowing Club. And in lane 7, Eleanor Price, also of Sydney University Boat Club. And it looks like Eleanor from Sydney University was out in front at the 1,000 metre mark there, just leading India Thompson from Sydney Rowing Club in second place, who had a very, very narrow lead of just under half a second back to Sky Frobel from Sydney University, coached there by Alfie Young and Jack Hanley. Ella Mancini's from Sydney University, another athlete back from Harvard, in 4th position there, very narrow back there. So pretty tight for second, third and 4th. Pretty tight across the board really, not too much of a gap showing at the halfway mark there. So there at the 1,500 metre mark, things are very tight there. Sky Frobel just pushing up into the silver medal position at the moment. Not that we're doing silver medals today, but it's pushing up into second. So at the 1,500 metre mark there was Eleanor Price from Sydney University Boat Club. She competed on the Australian under-21 team a couple of years back for, I believe, when she was living down in Melbourne now. And Sky Frobel also a conscript from Melbourne to Sydney University Boat Club, sitting there in second place ahead of India Thompson from Sydney Rowing Club. He's a member of our winning youth 8 a couple of years ago, and I believe winning Head of the River for Pymble Ladies College the year before that. Ella Mancini's in 4th place and Jamie Ford in 5th. Jamie also rowing in the under-21 team a couple of years ago, and Ella, of course, winning that silver medal for the Junior Women's Coxed 4 in the first running of the event at the Junior World Champs back in 2018. So a lot of pedigree in this field, a lot of medals being won, a lot of international and state experience. Definitely seeing a good fight towards the line. Eleanor Price having led the whole race, but it's still very tight across Eleanor Price, Sky Frobel and India Thompson, Sydney University and Sydney Rowing Club there at the head of the field. So it'll be very interesting to see how this materialises as we the girls approach probably the last 20 strokes of the race or so, and come into the red boys and signify the last 100 metres in just a moment. Does look like Sky Frobel possibly still maintaining that lead very narrowly over India Thompson and Sydney Rowing Club. Sky Frobel, Eleanor Price winding it up towards the line, really having a tussle now with India. As we come into the final strokes, it will be Eleanor Price of Sydney University Boat Club, just about a boat length in front of India Thompson of Sydney Rowing Club. A little bit of confusion on the timing at the moment, but looking at the results previously, would have been Sky Frobel in third, Ella Mancini's fourth, Jamie Ford in fifth. Rather, I'll correct myself. That was Sky Frobel that took the win there in the under-23 single scull, and the time 7:59.89. So we had a change of the lead over the last 500 metres or so. First and third swapping around there, and India Thompson staying in that silver medal position there. Eleanor Price third, Ella Mancini's fourth, Jamie Ford across the line in fifth, and Aliyah Zulfikar from Nepean Rowing Club just entering the last 250 metres of this race now. So sticking with the single sculls, we'll move to our lightweights now. And race number 33 is a combination of the men's elite and men's under 23 lightweight single sculls. So competing in the elite lightweight single sculls, we've got Michael McRae from UTS, who was joining me on the commentary earlier this morning. He's coached by Alex Field and Hallie Chapman. Wyatt Batt from Sydney University, coached by Thomas Lorich. And also William Clark from UTS, coached by Alex Field and Hallie Chapman, and Jack Sharem of Glebe, coached by Brad Smith. In the under-23 division, we have Jack Message from UTS and Hamish Harding from ANU, who looks like he is actually scratched. He did have a pretty good race there in the elite single scull about an hour or so ago. So at the 1500 metre mark, pretty commanding lead from Michael McRae, a member of our Penrith Cup for the last 2 years, a silver medal in 2019, and raring for the win last year. Didn't unfortunately get a chance to race. But hopefully going out there this year, that's a crew that's been building back towards a win, and hopefully they can snag it again this year. He's just ahead of Wyatt Batt, who was also selected in the Penrith Cup last year. A graduate of Sydney Grammar a few years ago, and has really worked his way up through the ranks at Sydney University Boat Club, and performing very well on the ergo and on the water, and earned a spot in the Penrith Cup last year. He's sitting in second place by about 6 seconds, about 5 seconds back to William Clark of UTS. Formerly would have seen him in the ACT Penrith Cup crew a number of years ago, about 3 years ago now. He's followed by Jack Message of UTS leading out the under-23 division. Jack Sharem of Glebe rounding out the field. Now, It is Michael McRae holding that lead out in front, a valued member of our commentary team, really pushing it in the red boys now in lane number 5, and that Felipe Shell bleeding the teal of UTS Rowing Club. It'll be Michael McRae to take the win in the men's elite lightweight single scull. Time 7 minutes 24.41, so pretty on par with the under 23 heavyweight single scull. He's followed by Wyatt Batt of Sydney University Boat Club. The margin of 7 seconds back there. William Clark of UTS to cross the line in 3rd. Jack Message of UTS crossed the line in 4th place, but taking out the under 23 division. Jack Sharem of Glebe to round out this field of men under 74.2 kilograms.
And coming down the course, race 34, the men's under 21 lightweight single scull. 4 rowers in this race. In lane 3 from Sydney University, Daniel Webb, coached by Christopher Holliday and Jack Hanley. In lane 4 from UTS, Tate Van Heemst, coached by Alex Field and Hallie Chapman. In lane 5, Damien Schroeder, coached by David Fermano from Radford College. And in lane 6, Cameron Ogilvie from UTS, also coached by Alex Field and Hallie Chapman. Pleased to say both Tate and Cameron came up through Glebe Rowing Club and now moved across to UTS, where they can hopefully develop further into more elite rowers.
Yeah, a good little lightweight, or great lightweight squad at UTS, and I believe I rode with Cam maybe as a part of the, I think he filled in the Penrith Cup squads one morning last year, and did very well for himself. So it'd be good to see him progressing through the under 21s and through to under 23s, and one day hopefully making a push for the Penrith Cup himself.
Hopefully, and both from Sydney Secondary College.
Yeah. So there at the 1,000-metre mark was Damien Schroeder from Canberra Rowing Club in the lead, 3:47 there through the halfway point, just half a second in front of Daniel Webb from Sydney University Boat Club, and then a bit of a healthy margin back to Cameron Ogilvie of UTS, who's battling it out with his comrade from UTS, Tate Van Heemst, less than a second in it between those two scullers at the back of the field there. So it's easy for us to forget up here in our air-conditioned commentary box, but it is hot outside, as everyone else will know. It's probably just about 29 degrees at the moment, and it's warming up fast. So just a reminder to keep hydrated, and we'll keep you updated if we need to go through our heat management policy. Stay out of the sun as much as possible. And just a quick reminder to make sure you're getting your bow numbers back, as we will need to recycle them towards the end of the day. Probably won't become an issue until very late in the day. Just a reminder to get those in as soon as you can. Entries for the 2021 Rowing New South Wales Championships, that's on in a couple of weeks' time, are open now, and they'll close on Sunday the 31st of January. So that is Sunday week at 5 p.m. And make sure you get your entries in for that one. It could be a very different looking New South Wales State Championships this year. It's we're unsure how many interstate visitors we'll have, so it could be a pretty purely New South Wales State Championship, which could lead for some pretty exciting racing and some good results there. While we're at it, Rowing New South Wales are always on the lookout for more volunteers, so if you can assist with boat driving, commentating, bow numbers, timekeeping, photography and film, hit up the Rowing New South Wales website. There's some information there on how to get in touch, and we always appreciate more assistance. Our volunteers are doing a great job today of keeping the regatta running smoothly and on time, and as we've experienced pretty much no hiccups with the schedule of the racing today. Everything's running very, very smoothly.
So Damien Schroeder from ACT has a clear lead, just about to cross the line. He has now done so in 7 minutes 37. He'll be followed by Daniel Webb from Sydney University. Tate Van Heemst has made up the ground and crossed the line just about 6 seconds behind. And Cam Ogilvie out there in the middle. Sorry, I've got those two round the wrong way. That's actually Tate coming through the line. That was Cam that just crossed. I think Tate's realised he's not going to win. It's just taking it easy there to finish.
Just cruising, just cruising. It is hot out there. Just cruising at the back of the. If you're at the back of the pack, just cruising. It's fine.
So make sure you stay hydrated, especially all the athletes.
Yep, and we are advising to keep the time on the water to a minimum, not to get on the water too long before your race. Make sure you're taking adequate water out and consuming it before you start your race. So more lightweights on the agenda next. Race number 35. We've got 3 events in one. The women's elite, under 23 and under 21 lightweight single sculls. So in lane number 1 in the under 21 lightweight single sculls from Nepean is Sarah Berritry. In lane 2 in the 21 lightweight single is Amelia Cooper from St Catherine's. And in lane 3, Amy Wagner from Nepean Rowing Club. In lane 4 in the elite lightweight single, we have Michaela Franz representing UTS. In lane 5, Georgia Nesbitt from Hewen and the National Training Centre. In lane 6, Sarah Pound from UTS and the National Training Centre. In lane 7, Lucy Coleman from Sydney University and the National Training Centre. And then in lane 8, in the under 23 lightweight single scull, Alexandra Moylan from ANU and the ACT. And in lane 9, Annalise Isaacs from Sydney University Boat Club. So definitely a lot going on in this race. We have National Training Centre athletes from interstate, athletes from the ACT, and then as well as several athletes who are going to be contesting for the Victoria Cup lightweight quad for New South Wales. So I believe in the crew last year, I know Sarah Pound and don't quote me, I know Sarah Pound was in it, and I think Michaela Franz might have been one of the reserves. I think we've had a few outgoing athletes, so it is wide open for a fresh contingent of senior lightweight women. We'll see the result of this race, see how that progresses. So in the lead at the 1,000 metre mark, Lucy Coleman from Sydney University in the National Training Centre. So pretty good result for her to be out in front in the lead. I know she was only recently brought into the National Training Centre, and she is leading Sarah Pound by just over half a second, who is ahead of Georgia Nesbitt from Hewen by just under a second. So Sarah Pound and Georgia Nesbitt were the lightweight double scull, the senior lightweight double scull at the World Championships in 2019. and currently sitting in second and third place. Good margin then back to Alexandra Moylan of ANU in the ACT, who leads Annalise Isaacs of Sydney University and Michaela Franz of UTS Rowing Club. Back then to round out the field, Amy Wagner of Nepean, Amelia Cooper from St Catherine's, and Sarah Berritry, also of Nepean Rowing Club. I think a few of those athletes backing up for their second races of the day at the back of the field, and in this heat that is no easy task trying to recover between races.
You know a hell of a lot more than I do.
So a little bit of change through the 1500 metre mark. It is Georgia Nesbitt from Hewen and the National Training Centre leading the charge, just over a second in front of her doubles partner Sarah Pound from UTS and the National Training Centre, and Lucy Coleman, Sydney University, and the National Training Centre in third place. So perhaps the experience there of Nesbitt and Pound shining through a little bit in the third 500 metres. Still Annalise Isaacs from Sydney University in fourth. She is leading the charge in the under-23 lightweight single. Alexandra Moylan also in the under-23 lightweight single from ANU and ACTAS in fifth place. Michaela Franz sixth. Amy Wagner from Nepean in seventh. Amelia Cooper from St Catherine's in eighth. And Sarah Berritry from Nepean Rowing Club in ninth place rather.
Pretty close.
It is definitely still pretty close up the front, so lightweight racing is known for being closer. Everyone's the same weight, so I believe these girls have to weigh in just under 60 kilos for these races, and then it goes back down to the standard 59 for state champs in a couple of weeks. 60.1, I believe it is. I may be mistaken there, for the first few races of the season. So these girls would have all weighed in not more than 2 hours before the race, but not less than an hour before the race. So everyone's on a pretty even playing field, so pretty tight racing, and these girls are definitely at the top of the sport. So all doing the same training program, all very, very close and very competitive. So it'll be Georgia Nesbitt from the Hewen Rowing Club and the National Training Centre to take the win in the women's elite lightweight single scull, followed by Sarah Pound of UTS and the NTC. Lucy Coleman of Sydney University Boat Club will take out third place. And have a bit of a gap back to Annalise Isaacs in lane number 9, closest to the grandstand from Sydney University Boat Club, who will take fourth place. Just crossing the line now, Annalise Isaacs. It's Alexandra Moylan from ANU in the ACT, a member of the ACTAS program down there in 5th place. Michaela Franz from UTS Rowing Club in 6th. She'll be followed by 3 remaining under-23 scullers, and that'll be Amy Wagner from Nepean, Amelia Cooper from St Catherine's, a much younger sculler competing up against some far more senior athletes. She'll cross the line 8th. Amy Wagner 7th, Amelia Cooper 8th, Sarah Berritry from Nepean Rowing Club to round out the field in 9th place.
I think both of us. Yeah. coming down the course is race 36, which is a combination of a para pair and a para double. In lane 3, we have a UTS composite of Ben Gibson from Sydney Rowing Club and Thomas Birtwistle, coached by Hallie Chapman, Donovan Ketch and Lizzie Chapman. In lane 5, from Nepean, with as PR3, we have Paul Grady and Kathleen Murdoch. I understand Kathleen is sight impaired and she's a current champion of some kind. You probably
so
up to date than me.
She had an injury for the last couple of years, so she has been out of it for a couple of years, but she was in the Cox 4 a number of years ago, I believe at the Rio Paralympics in the double.
Okay.
We'll have to double check that. But yeah, great to see her back out in the boat and rowing with Paul Grady. So yeah.
And then in lane 6 we have another double, so para double, which is Bronte Marshall and Stephen Lawler, coached by Barbara Ramjam, Leon James and Anne Craig. And so the Nepean and Balmain crews are both PR3.
Yes, that's right. So the UTS Sydney crew, they are also PR3. So that PR3 is generally function of all limbs, but often is visually impaired or restrictions in movement, in range of motion generally. So we saw Ben Gibson and Thomas Birtwistle going head-to-head in the pair earlier in the week. I also have been rowing the pair with Ben Gibson for the last couple of weeks because he's just switched over to bowside and he's doing very well. And a relatively new combination, Thomas Birtwistle sort of back on the rowing scene after a few years off. So it'd be great to see them sort of progress over the next few weeks and push for selection in the mixed Cox 4 in a couple of months' time at trials. So just coming to the 1500 metre mark there, Gibson and Birtwistle, sort of, it is a bit of a time trial for them, just another hit out, so it is a relatively new combination for them, looking to see what they can do, and probably pretty similar for Kathleen there in the double. After this race, we'll be changing over the commentary team. So coming in for in place of Mark, we have my old pair partner, Andrew Brown. We've just seen on the course racing for UTS in the lightweight men's pair. Brownie, how are you going?
Good, thanks, Chris. How are we doing?
Fantastically. Couldn't have a better day out for racing. How'd the pair go?
Yeah, the pair was quite good. We really enjoyed ourselves. I think it's a little bit quicker off the start today. There's a couple of patches of wind just coming down the course at about the 500 to 1500 mark. But the rest of the course actually feels really quite good today, so it should be a good day of racing.
Yep, and hopefully the heat sort of holds off a little bit, but it's definitely warming up out there, and I'll be heading straight to the beach after this race, I think.
I'll tell you what, this air conditioning is
it's all
so
time.
great.
It is all time. Yep. Winding into the red boys and across the line. Gibson and Birtwistle crossing the line time 7:36.11. A pretty reasonable time for the PR3 men's pair, and a great result so far for those boys. We're going to push forward selection later in the year. Crossing the line now, Grady and Murdoch, Nepean Rowing Club. 16 seconds back, so also a pretty handy time for them. Awesome. So just as Bronte Marshall and Stephen Lawler, who we saw in the singles before from Balmain, they're just coming across the line here to round out the para double scull. With them crossing the line, I'll be off to the beach, I think, given how hot it is, and I'll be handing over to Peter Waldesy, who we just saw in the pair with Brownie, to take you through to lunch. Thank you, everyone.
Thank you very much, Chris. And my name's Peter Waldesy. I'm joined here with Andrew Brown as we come into the men's under-16 double, I believe, the start list with the two glebe crews.
So yeah, as Peter just said, we're having a race here just between two glebe crews, back down to a 1,000 metre race. Slightly different rate of striking in between these two crews. In lane 4 we have Will Whitfield and Jack Stone, and then in lane 5 we have Carsten Prout and Zachary Hyde, both coached by Brad Smith.
Yeah, Andrew, and as you said, the men's under-16 double, so that's back to the 1,000 metre racing. Some good racing over 1,000 metres. It's still pretty tough, really. You get, as I think Chris was saying earlier in the day, you get to the 500 metre mark and it really starts to burn the legs a bit. You've got a bit of a shorter race, so you've got to get the rate of striking up pretty high and really have a bit more of a dig than you do in, it's a bit more tactful, the 2,000 metre racing. This one's a bit more of a swing and dig. But these two crews, as you said, coached by, I think you said it was Brad Smith, are doing a great job there at Glebe Rowing Club. He's got a lot of good young guys, and we can see here the leaders of this race in lane 4 are two younger guys from Glebe Rowing Club. Now, Andrew, you will be pretty interested to hear that in this race, we have, in this regatta, I apologise, we have 311 entries, and that's comprising of 430 seats, 301 athletes. Now, these small boat regattas, you'll see the ratio between entries and seats obviously will be a bit closer because we are just racing small boats.
Yeah, keen observation there, Peter. It's pretty impressive to get 311 people out to Penrith on a Saturday. Just goes to show how rowing's going at the moment. It's good to see people are still getting around it, even with all the doubt that's hanging in the air over Olympics and other sporting events because of COVID.
Sure is. It's a good day to be the receiver of the revenue on the M4, isn't it, Andrew?
So here we have Will Whitfield and Jack Stone coming across the line now. It's a very respectable time there of 4:03 for the young fellas. And then we have Carson Prout and Zachary Hyde who've taken up the rate, coming across just after.
Yeah, and that concludes the men's under 16 double final. That's the unofficial time of 4:03 from Glebe 2. And really good to see these younger competitors coming down to small boats, coming into Penrith and enjoying their rowing.
Getting underway here as well, we have the women's under 16 double scull. We have a 1,000 metre race once again. So just to introduce the crews, in lane 2 we have Sophia Whitelaw and Vitti Young from Nepean. Lane 3 from Mossman we have Isa DeStato and Madison Stanley. Lane 4 from Glebe we have Matilda Peace and Lucy Yabsley. Lane 5 we have Sophia Zamprogona and Gary Katera. Then lane 6 from Mossman, Imogen Gray and Philippa Young. Lane 7, Zoe Weissner and Arabella Logan. Lane 8 from Des Moines, we have Charlotte Otima and Myfina Bland.
Yep, and you've got some good coaches in this race, Brownie. We've got Robin Mackney coaching that Des Moines crew. She's been doing a great job with her husband Kim Mackney, doing a really good job both at Glebe and Des Moines. Was my coach for a year and a fantastic coach, really loves the sport. You've also got Daniel and Jason Waddell who have been at Nepean for a very good amount of time, well before I've been around. You've got Brad Smith who's there at Glebe, Katie Healy at Mossman, and again the Waddell brothers. So you've got a very good pedigree of coaching here with some of these younger crews. Obviously the younger names are very much up and comers. They've small boats given a chance to have a hit out and show everyone what they've got. So we'll see how this under 16 doubles race goes.
So it looks like we've got Mossman crew out in front here, and this is an absolute credit to Katie Healy, who seems to have started developing a little bit of a group here down at Mossman. She's a little bit newer to the coaching scene than most of the other coaches that we have here in this list, but she seems to have put together some very decent crews out here today. Looks like the Mossman crew in lane 6 of Imogen Gray and Philippa Young. They're out in front at the moment. Quite nice rowing there and a nice rate of striking.
Yeah, Andrew, and as you said, Katie Healy, a real Moss Vegas champion. We really like to see these Mossman rowers out and about. They've always really enjoyed their rowing, so it's good. It's good to see this level of development as they lead this race, I believe, in the women's under 16 double.
We just had a little bit of a tap there into the boys from that leading crew. Often with the younger crews, it's a little bit more expected that issues like steering sort of come into play a little bit more than with the slightly more experienced crews. But they seem to have recovered extraordinarily well from that, and they're still well out in front, tapping it along quite nicely. So coming into the finish line here, we have Mossman 1, which is Imogen Gray and Philippa Young. Put together a very good race there. And then it looks like in second we will have Mossman 2 of Eva DeStato and Madison Stanley. then it's going to be a very tight race here for third between Nepean and Drummoyne. But it looks like Drummoyne is going to get the edge here, just over Nepean 1. And then we should have Glebe and Penrith rounding up this race. And again, some very respectable times here for the young girls, slightly under that 4-minute mark for the winners there, over 1,000 metres.
And we now have the podium for the men's under 16 double scull. This crew was won by Glebe 2, by William Whitfield and Jack Stone, coached by Brad Smith.
Where's the other crew?
And in second place, Glebe 1 by Carson Prout and Zachary Hyde.
No, they came first.
My apologies, I'm sorry, Glebe 1 was the winner of this race, Carson Prout and Zachary Hyde. Congratulations, Glebe. Congratulations, Glebe, well done.
So just a little bit of confusion there over the results. Something slightly different has come through on our screens up here. But Peter, we press on.
Yes, Andrew, 0 for 1, but that's fine. Well done, Glebe 1, Carson Prout and Zachary Hyde. Very well done, also coached by Brad Smith. Really impressive race, guys. And now we have race 39, the Para Double Scull. Catherine Maxwell, I apologise, and Mika Kelly, coached by Brad Smith from Glebe, James Johnson and Tali Hind, coached by Barbara Ramjam, Liam James and Anne Craig. And in this race, it looks like there might have been a scratching. It looks like a bit of a one-horse race here, Andrew. And I believe that is the Balmain crew, James Johnson and Tali Hind, coached again by Barbara Ramjam, Liam James and Anne Craig, the power team of the Paras down at Balmain, the best in the Inner West. As we see them coming through, the Para Double, the Balmain Scullers, looking quite nice, really just getting that timing in together. And it is quite difficult. These it's one-horse races. It's all about just syncing up, and they look like they're doing this quite well.
It's always tough when you're out there on your own, just especially when it gets to that point where it starts hurting. You don't really have that push that comes externally. It's all really quite internal, but this crew seems to be handling it quite well here.
Yeah, right, you are, Andrew. It's a bit better when it is a one-horse race, and you're not alone like we were in the pair, Andrew, when everyone goes ahead of you. But it looks like these guys are really doing a great job of just being in time. They're just getting that release together, and they will come through the leaders of the Para Double Scull. And over 1,000 metres, that crew, the Para Double Balmain crew of Johnson and Hind, came through first in a time of 5:15.
So up here on the podium now, we have the winners of the women's under 16 double scull, and from Mossman we have Imogen Gray and Philippa Young, coached by Katie Healy. Congratulations, girls.
And Andrew, Imogen also was the winner of the under 16 singles, so really a dominating effort there from Imogen. Well done, and so she will be collecting that medal as well. Congratulations, Imogen.
Imogen picks up her second takeaway coffee cup for the day. Not sure how much use that will be made of by a 16-year-old, but surely is a darn sight better than the beer mugs. It's just been pointed out to us up here in the combox that hot chocolate is also an option, so hopefully they can get some use out of those.
Yeah, and if you are thirsty, Andrew, you can get some hot chocolate at the cafe just behind the grandstand. So there's a great selection of food there. I know I hit that up before coming up into the commentary box. I'm sitting here with my nice mocha, along with Andrew. So it's always a good fallback. And just a reminder to everyone that when you are finished with your race, when you've concluded, just take your bow numbers back to Boat Shed 1. For you little fellas out there, the weigh-in is also at Boat Shed 1. And that is done over there by the lovely ladies who are giving you the bow numbers. So when you finished your race, make sure you get them back to them promptly, as they will need them for future races.
Down at the start line here now, we have the men's under 19 single scull. This is the A final. Looks like we have a vast overrepresentation here from Mossman. We have Ollie Thomas in lane number 1. Lane number 2 is Alex Bohm. Lane number 3 is Hugh Harold. Lane number 4 we have Bo Nicholas. Lane 5, Tom Faflin. Lane number 6 is Christopher Stone from Glebe. Lane number 7 from Penrith, we have Liam Taylor. And in lane number 8, once again from Mossman, we have James Scott Brown. And they're underway here in the start. We've just ticked through about the first 200 metres now, and they all to have gotten off to quite a nice start. Reasonably similar rates of striking across the board. And that wind just in that first 1K there looks like it may have even picked up a little over the last 10 or 15 minutes. What do you think, Pete?
Yeah, it does, Andrew. It's stayed as a headwind, it looks like, especially out here just in the last 100 to 150 metres outside the grandstand. It is a bit of an inconsistent one. It looks like around the 1250 mark it dies down a little bit. And then we'll continue up there at 1,500 to go. 1,500 to go. Right at the money section there, right before you see the red boys. And this, Andrew, this race is a final. So these guys have raced before today and just having another crack at it in the A final.
It's always good to get practice like this where you have heats and finals. It sort of prepares you just a little bit more for some championship racing, which will be hopefully happening further towards the end of this season. So here in this men's under 19 scull, we haven't actually gotten a split here through 500, but it looks like maybe the 1,000 metre split has just come up for us here.
Yeah, Andrew, it looks like, is it Bo Nicholas there leading the charge, coached by Judith Ungermark? I believe so, yeah. Bo Nicholas through the 1,000 at 3:58.73. Quite a good time there for the men's under 19 single. Now it seems like it is quite a slow day today, Andrew. I know some of the pairs were going a little slower. So it'll be interesting to see how these guys go, especially seeing as though, as you said earlier, the headwind has kicked up a little bit more.
So currently we have Bo Nichols out in front. Through the 1,000 it was Hugh Harold there in second from Nepean, and then Penrith following after from Liam Taylor. Ollie Thomas from Mossman was in fourth, and quite a close race there up the front. There's seems to be three crews within about 3 seconds of each other. Now for these younger athletes especially, this is sort of the point in the race where the fatigue really kicks in the arms especially. Slightly less developed than the real senior guys that we have around today. So it's more a case of just trying to keep the boat running smoothly, rowing cleanly, and being a final as well. These boys have already raced once today, so they seem to be doing exceptionally well up here.
Yeah, agreed, Andrew. And as you said, these younger athletes, they are a bit less developed, and that's an age thing that comes with age. And you do see the flip side of that coin when you get quite overdeveloped athletes, such as Jack Message, who same thing. He gets to the 1,200 and really starts to feel the pump. But these younger athletes really charging along well. They can see that third 500 time, they went from, I believe it was a round of 350 something, and then they're out to 6 minutes. So it's quite a consistent spread through the 500s, which is what you want to see. That third 500 is when a lot of athletes slow.
Bang on 2 minute splits there from Liam Taylor. We have Hugh Harold in second and Bo Nicholas, who's just popped down to third there. They're all still really quite bunched up at the front. Slight gap back to Ollie Thomas and Alex Bohm.
Yep, and it does look, Andrew, like that headwind is in that third 500. It's quite localised there. We're lucky enough we've got enough trees covering the course that we usually don't get that much of a headwind. But there is a little bit there in the third 500, and it looks like the sculler from Mossman, Bo Nicholas, handled it very, very well, keeping that consistency as he is leading this race. I wouldn't say... my apologies, sorry, Liam Taylor, leading this race quite commandingly as he winds for the line. And he will see those red buoys in a matter of seconds, and that will give him that push he needs to grit his teeth, get that last 100 metres done.
Looks like Hugh Harold there in second from Nepean. He's had a fantastic race. He's been right up in those top two for pretty much the entire race. He's got his boat moving along quite nicely there. And then we have Bo Nicholas. He'll be coming across the line for third place. And there at the 2,000 metre mark for Liam Taylor, we have 7 minutes 55 seconds, a very respectable time. And then it looks like it will be just over 8 minutes for Hugh Harold, if my mental arithmetic is correct. And then Bo Nicholas coming across for third.
Yeah, Andrew, and a good, as you were saying, a good spread of splits there. What you really want to do in these 2K races, have a bit of a quick first 500, nice consistent middle 1,000, a bit of a quicker last 500. And it does look at the time of 7:55, it looks like that is what Liam Taylor did. So for a bit of a younger guy, that's really good, really positive to see that he's got those racing tactics down pat, which is good.
And then rounding up the field, we had Chris Stone, followed by Tom Faflin and James Scott Brown. I'll tell you what, Pete, it's fantastic to see the program down there at Mossman doing so well. We've got a bunch of young fellas here from St. Augustine's, and it's good to see that representation in this final race here.
Yeah, right you are, Andrew. And as an old Mossmanite yourself, you would be the forefront of this, but I do know that you've got the Ungamarks doing a great job down there with some of the younger guys, and you can see in that race, the men's under 19 single, you've got quite a few Mossman rowers, and they're all really up the front of the race, quite commanding. So very, very positive to see that they're doing such a great job in development of the sport.
They've got some fantastic under 21s to look up to as well, and last but not least, Mr. Sean Murphy himself to look up to, which is great for these younger athletes to see how those guys train. And we'll be covering Sean Murphy in a lot more detail later on in the double scull, so stay tuned for that one. Out on the course as well, we have the B-final of this men's under 19 single scull. In lane 3 from Glebe, we have Patrick Blampide. Lane 4 from Nepean, we have Will Spears. Lane 5 from Mossman, we have Evan Lloyd. And lane 6 from St. George, we have Sandy Matitalu.
And we now come to the medal presentation of the men's under 19 A final, won by Liam Taylor in a time of 7:55.31. Congratulations, Liam.
Turning our attention to the B final here. At the 1500 metre mark from Mossman out in front, we had Evan Lloyd, who went through at 6 minutes 30. In second place from Glebe, we had Patrick Blampide, who was 12 seconds behind, and then a further 11 seconds we had William Spears from Nepean. I think this for Evan Lloyd here is going to be a bit of a time trial case, as is for most of these athletes being so spread out here on the course. And just coming down to the line now, we have Evan Lloyd from Mossman.
Yeah, Brownie, and again, we see these Mossman scullers, these young Mossman scullers, doing a really, really good job. Coached again by Judith Ungamark, the Ungamarks, once again doing a fantastic job down there with development and the high level of athletes, again, as you said, with Sean Murphy. So what a range, what a great bit of rowing you see from this club.
And we had Patrick Blampide, who crossed the line then in second place. He really cranked it there at the finish line to get that time down as low as possible. And then we have William Spears from Nepean coming across the line now. And that will conclude the men's under 19 B final. And Peter, currently out on the course, we have the women's under 19 single scull. So in Lane 1 from St Paul's Grammar, we have Madison Jones. Lane 2 from Mossman, we have Katia York, a recent addition to the sport. Lane 3, we have Ashley Potter from Glebe. Looks like we have a scratch there in lane 4, according to my list here. Lane 5 from Nepean, we have Michaela Hole. Lane 6 from Mossman, Grace Burke. Lane 7 from Mossman, Lillian Hyde. Lane 8, we have Claudia Harrell from St Catherine's. And lane 9, we have Claire Robinson from St Mary's High School. If we look at the splits there through 1,000, we had Lillian Hyde out in front at 4 minutes 13, followed by Katia York. Then we have Madison Jones in 3rd, Claudia Harrell in 4th, Ashley Potter in 5th, Michaela Hole in 6th, Grace Burke 7th, and Claire Robinson rounding up the field.
Yes, Andrew, and the talk of this race would have to be the St Catherine's coach, Diarmaid O'Driscoll. No relation to the great Shane O'Driscoll from Irish rowing, although it does seem to be the case. Doing some great job both with UTS Rowing Club and St Catherine's, and he is Australia's recent addition. So really good to see Diarmaid making such a difference in the sport.
And in the under-19 final, just coming through 1,500, still have Lillian Hyde out in front, followed closely by Katia York, Madison Jones and Claudia Harrell. The 2nd, 3rd and 4th are all really quite closely placed together. Slight gap back to Ashley Potter from Glebe and Michaela Hole from Nepean, who looked to almost be on a dead heat there. We have Grace Burke then from Mossman and Claire Robinson from St Mary's High.
Yeah, Andrew, you're right. It is quite a close one there. It's no time put out on the results list. It's too close to call. So we'll see how that goes.
Now coming down to the line here, in about the last 100 metres, it looks like we have Lillian Hyde, who's really managed to hold on to that lead quite well. Coached again by Katie Healy and Justin Brown. On her outside, it looks like we have Claudia Harrell, who will be slotting into 2nd place there in lane 8. Then across on the other side, it's quite a close race between Katia York and Madison Jones. Barring disaster, it looks like Katia should just hold on for this one here to hold 3rd place.
You are right, though, Andrew. That's quite a close race for these under-19 scullers. You do see these races as a development race. You do see quite a bit of a gap, but not so much in this race. You've got some really close finishes, so that's very positive.
And we just have Grace Burke and then Claire Robinson rounding out the field from St Mary's High. Very respectable times for these young athletes. It's very hot out there today. It's good to see.
Yep, Andrew, and as we do conclude race, I believe that was race 42, we now come to race 39 medal presentation of the Para Double Scull. And the Para Double Scull was won by Balmain, James Johnson and Tali Hind, coached by Barbara Ramjam, Liam James and Anne Craig. Congratulations, guys.
Well, Pete, it's looking like it's quite warm outside. I'll say it again, it's certainly fantastic to be in here in the commentary box. I'm thoroughly enjoying myself, and I can confirm that my mum has just sent me a text message saying that I've been doing a good job, so I look to keep pushing on through the afternoon. Looking forward to getting a text from your mum as well, hopefully soon.
Yes, let's hope so. I'm sure she'll be right on it. And Michael, not Michael, I apologise, Andrew. Andrew, we now come to the Women's Masters pair. And this is race 43 in our program with Leichhardt, St George and Leichhardt. And it looks like St George will be leading this race. Now, they went off go, so that is a D-grade crew, followed by the two Leichhardt crews that go off 5 seconds. Now, it looks like they have closed that gap a little bit. Not quite enough to take it. It will be St George, but my guess here will be it'll be, well, maybe about 5 seconds, I think, Michael. Once again, Andrew, I apologise.
Oh, Peter, I'm nowhere near as good looking as Michael. Crossing the line there, we had Leichhardt 2 of Jennifer and Daniela, and then Leichhardt 1 of Belinda and Jane. It's always interesting with these handicap races to see what the final margins are. They've done what looks like an extremely good job there of predicting where the finishes will be.
Yeah, Andrew, I agree. And keen observers will also see the lane 3 boat that just concluded there is a grey Sykes. Now, that grey Sykes would have formerly been home to the men's or women's national training centre, so owned by Auntie Gina or Miss... the men's one, it escapes me now, Andrew. But those boats do go through their life cycle and come back to clubs, so that's quite positive. It's quite a positive side effect of the NTCs, and you can see that this women's pair using that boat quite well. And on our screen we have the next men's masters pair, I apologise, and this is the handicap we are always so keenly talking about, Andrew. We have Off-Go, Abbotsford and Mossman. And now these guys are in the G category. G for go, which is what they're going off, go. You then have some other crews going off 18 seconds and 22 seconds in the D and C category. Now they are from Sydney, Leichhardt and Glebe. Now, Andrew, these Masters races do remind me, and I say it every time we're here, but it reminds me a lot of the handicap single at the illustrious JB Sharp. Now, that is a great race and works off the same principle. You get different speed orders going off different times. And you can see here the objective of this is that this Abbotsford crew, I believe it is, that went off go, will be quite delicately put, hunted down by the Leichhardt and Sydney crews, and then followed by the Glebe crew. Now this is based off age, and that is how the Masters category works, although the handicap scull in the JB Sharp series is based off speed usually, and that's grade score, the Rowing New South Wales grade score and perceived speed, although it looks like these Masters from Abbotsford are really having to push on as they get to the 500 metres. They have been caught up.
So this Sydney crew here of Stuart Cowup and Robert McNeil look to be rowing extraordinarily well. They've got quite a nice rate of striking. They've got some really nice catches there, and they're both finishing together, sitting nice and upright in that boat. They seem to be handling the conditions really quite well there in lane 4. And coming through that 500 metre mark, Sydney was closely followed by Abbotsford. then Glebe, and then Leichhardt in 4th place, all within about what looks to be 7 seconds. Coming into the final 100 here of this men's Masters pair. It looks to be still Sydney out in front in lane 4. Stuart Carp and Robert McNeil, they've maintained an impressive rate of striking. Quite aesthetically pleasingly, you got the bow number that matches the colour of the Zooties.
Almost planned, Andrew.
Could say so. And then it looks to be in 2nd place, we will have Glebe, followed by Leichhardt, and then Abbotsford rounding out the field there.
Yeah, and Andrew, that Sydney crew did look like they were ticking along quite well. They really had a good stroke to them there, and that will definitely help, especially in this Masters category. Just being clean is quite important.
And well underway here on the course. We have race 45, which is the women's Masters single scull. This looks to be a 1,000 metre race as well. From Abbotsford in lane 1, we have Jodie Pangopoulos. Lane 2 from Glebe, we have Kate Wareham. Lane 3 from Abbotsford, we have Marcella Cox. Lane 4 from Balmain, we have Renata Impa. We have a scratch in lane 5. Lane 6 from Mossman, we have M. Barrack. Lane 7 from Balmain, June Roberts. Lane 8 from Abbotsford is Rowena Stewart. And lane 9 from Mossman, we have Anne Taylor, who is off what looks to be scratch. So the rest of these crews have quite a handicap in this race, with the first crew of Abbotsford and Balmain being off 23 seconds, and then in descending lane order, it goes up to 29 seconds for lane 6, 34 seconds for lane 4 and 3, and 39 seconds for lanes 2 and 1.
Yep, Andrew, and just before that race comes through, we will do the medal presentation for race 43, the women's Masters pair. Now, that was won by St. George, Andrea Coos and Christine McGrady. Congratulations, girls. That's coached by Bruce Williams. And those coffee mugs are a thing of beauty. They are absolutely fantastic. So it's good to win a race out here. Well done, the women's Masters pair. And coming into the Masters single now, you've got a couple of quite prominent scullers there. One of which being the Balmain sculler, Renata Ipma. Now, she has been around the sport for many, many years, and was at Balmain back in my time there, and that would have started in 2009. I believe she was the captain or president, Andrew, and I believe she still is quite a prominent member of the club today. Really does a great job for the sport, and a great job in the sport here in the Women's Masters Single. Again, this race is a handicap single race with some H-grade scullers, F-grade scullers, E, D, and C, all ranging of different handicaps, ranging from 23 from go, 23 seconds, 29, 34, I apologize, and 39 seconds. So different times to start off here.
Now in the Women's Master Scullers, we're coming down to the line here. Looks like Anne Taylor from Mossman has managed to hold on to that slight advantage at the start quite well. And quite an impressive row from Anne Taylor. She looks to be crossing the line shortly. And then in lane 6, it looks to be M. Barrack, who will come through for second place. And then for third place, it's going to be quite close between lanes 8 from Abbotsford and lane 5 from Mossman. It's going to come right down to the wire, this one, actually. You know what? And that is probably as close as you'll ever get. Possibly lane 8. Abbotsford might have gotten up on that one there.
And lane 5 just crossing the line before a bit of a crab there. So that's that would be the fatigue setting in. We've all been there, Andrew, haven't we?
Oh, we certainly have, and we've definitely hit fatigue a lot earlier in the race than the boys, but it's fantastic to see these athletes giving it their absolute all right through to the line. It just goes to show the commitment in these races here.
Sure is. My go-to is usually the 1,000 metres before I start to bonk, Andrew, and that's just me. And we have the last 2 scullers coming through from this race, lane 7 and lane 2.
And we have June Roberts crossing the line now from Balmain, sporting the Legionnaire's cap and the long undertop. Good reminder to everyone to stay sun safe today. And we have what looks to be Kate Wareham from Glebe crossing the line.
And we now move to the presentation for race 44, the men's masters pair, won by Sydney Rowing Club. A great time of 4 minutes, .86. Now that is Coap and McNeil. Congratulations, guys. And race 45, the presentation, by my apologies, Andrew, race 44, I believe it is, the presentation for the men's masters pair, won by Sydney Rowing Club in a time of 4 minutes. Congratulations, guys.
So we have Stuart Cowapp and Robert McNeil. Well done, gents. Fantastic racing. And good to see the nice COVID-safe fist bumps there. Well done, fellas. Just on the line now, we're back out to 2,000 metre racing here. We have the combined race of the men's elite double and the men's under 23 double. We have some quite strong names in this field here. Starting from lane 2, we have a UTS composite where we have Hamish Harding from ANU and Jack Message from UTS. Lane 3 from Sydney University, we have Marcus Britt and Kieran Riak. Lane 4 from Sydney, we have Harry Crouch and Torin Olsen. In lane 5, we have a 2-on composite of Sean Murphy and Hamish Parry, which should the Olympics go ahead, should be I'm assuming the double scull that we'll take on there for the lightweights. Then in lane 7 from Sydney University, we have Wyatt Batt and Jordan Duff. And then in lane 8 from UTS, we have big Marcus Delamata and Luca Roncolado.
Yes, Andrew, big fella Della, followed by the Ronk. That's a tough one. That's really a race to watch with those two guys. And in this race, we have the men's elite double scull with Sean Murphy and Hamish Parry. Now, Sean Murphy, if you are a Instagram follower, we have at Sean's Fishies. Now, Sean has a 300 litre display tank with a 150 litre sump for his fish with 2 AI prime lights, which helps grow his xanthid coral to black clownfish, and he's running a GW10 protein skimmer. So a really good setup there if you do want to follow Sean's Fishies. Fantastic fish owner and rower. Really, what a mark to have against that great man's name.
Yeah, I've seen that firsthand. It's really quite an impressive tank. He looks to have just put some of his first coral fish in there as well. He looks like he's got 2, I think, black clownfish might be the additions to that tank there. Yeah, very impressive setup for the young man. And they look to be leading this field here. They've been training this double for some time now. They both recently went away with Sydney University up to Taree on their camp, and there was some pretty impressive footage there of them hanging and banging with a young 8 from Sydney Uni.
Yes, I did see that, Andrew. That was quite an impressive one. And coming into the 1,000 metres here, it will be quite an interesting race because you do have that quite competent crew of Parry and Murphy. Now that crew is followed by Hamish Harding and Jack Message. Now we do know Jack Message does have an issue in that he's overdeveloped, so he might find this period hard. We've got a big fella Della coming through in lane 8. With the Ronk. So those guys have a bit more oomph, so in this middle 1,000 they might really do quite a good job.
And it is Parry and Murphy out in front here in this race, going through 1,000 through at 3 minutes and 12 seconds, which is really quite a quick time. They're followed closely though, just within inside 2 seconds by Harry Crouch and Torin Olsen, 2 young fellas there from Sydney Rowing Club. Harry Crouch isn't a particularly big fella, but he's a really strong guy. I think he put down a 2K erg just over about 6 minutes. I think about 6:03 recently, if I'm correct.
Yeah, and the doubles are quite a bit about power to weight, and that's, I guess, why we do have the lightweights doing it. The double mainly because you are quite rewarded with a good power to weight. You find a lot of the times with Cox 4s, things like that, you just need big guys. With the doubles, you sort of just need strong guys. Not so much big, but just quite strong. And we do have the Sydney University crew in this as well, with Jordan Duff and Wyatt Batman, and they're both doing quite well as well. I believe they're just a little bit behind the heavyweight double of Marcus Delamata and Luca Roncolado, and I don't say heavyweight lightly in that sense. Marcus, he is a big man, so lost quite a bit of weight. He's on the Oscar Williams diet, but he's really charging along well, stroking this boat with the slightly leaner and bit longer Luca Roncolado, the Ronc behind him, coached by Alex Field and Hallie Chapman.
And they're down into that final 250 now. It's Parry and Murphy who've stepped away a little bit here, both throwing extraordinarily well. I think this again for them is a little bit of a time trial here. I know they've been doing some fantastic work over the last couple of months, but that Sydney Rowing Club crew really hasn't let go here. They've stuck on them quite well, and it's good to see those boys up here. I know they've both been swapping quite a lot between sweep and sculling, so it's impressive to see. But
yeah, Andrew, and look at this wind here from Murphy and Parry. Bit of a wind, and they've just dropped it down a little bit here for the last little bit, but they did have quite a good little step there in the last 100 as they come across the line in 6:26. It's quite a good time in these conditions, Andrew.
I think so, and then only under 5.5 seconds behind, we have Harry Crouch and Torin Alston. Coming along here, we have, looks like to be Marcus Delamato and Luca Roncolado. Luca Roncolado, who you really wouldn't want to run into in the laser tag sense because he is phenomenal. Has just crossed the line there, and then we have the combination of Jack Message and Hamish Harding in lane 2.
Yeah, Andrew, and you can, as the sun rises in the morning and sets in the evening, you can assure that double had a lot of back ending there from Jack Message, who does have the biggest biceps in the business, doesn't he?
We might turn our attention down to the podium here shortly. We'll just get those fellas to come on out of the shade.
Not for too long, Michael. We don't know if you slip, slop, slap today, but we all know how the sun affects you. So we have the one of our commentary greats, Michael McRae, followed by rowing great Oscar Williams, coming onto the podium here now. Oscar has undergone the Jared Subway diet quite recently and is looking fantastic. But these two athletes are coming onto the podium here. And give them a round of applause as they pick up their cups. Really well done, guys. Both athletes from UTS. Really well done race. Cheers. Well done. Cheers. And take a boomerang. Hashtag bring back boomerang. Well done, Michael.
Both those boys, they're up on UTS camp. I know they trained the double a little bit together, got a bit of technical work done.
Yes, they did. They did a good amount of work in the double at Tari camp for UTS, which was at Croker's Farm with Howard and Darren Croker. Now they've been the leading oarsmen for the country for a number of years, and they've got a great operation there. And just a reminder as well, we have said it once today, but we'll say it again, the Regatta update of bow numbers. Now, once you have concluded your race, please make your way back to the bow number station, which is Boat Shed 1. Now, it's the far left boat shed in the back section of the Regatta Centre to put your bow numbers back.
And on the podium now, we have the winner of the women's under-19 single scull. And from Mossman, we have Lillian Hyde, coached by Katie Healy and Justin Brown. Congratulations, Lillian. Now back on the course here, we have the men's under-21 double scull final. They're already up to the 1500 metre mark, and we haven't really given them a shout out yet, but in lane 1 from UTS, we have Mitchell Kaponis and Liam Glacken. Lane 2 from Mossman, Ollie St. Pierre and Joshua Wilson. Lane 3 from Sydney Uni, Tom Anderson and Elliot Simpson. Lane 4, we have a Penrith composite of Rob Russell and Bradley Moran. Lane 5 from UTS, Cam Ogilvie and Tate Van Heemst. Lane 6 from Canberra, Connor Scott, Raphael Priest. Lane 7 from Mossman, Brandon Smith and Bo Nicholas. And then in lane 8, we have a UTS composite of Cormac Hayes and Lachlan Roach.
Yeah, Andrew, and the Sydney University crew here of Tom Anderson and Elliot Simpson, two younger guys. It looks like they're leading this race, probably no small part due to the fantastic coaching of Jock McConley. And they are two quite sizable younger fellas, and they're really dominating this race quite well. You've got the UTS crews as well, a good bit of pedigree with Lachlan Roach, Mitchell Kaponis and Liam Glacken, both great young fellas as well.
That Sydney University crew had 9 seconds there at the 1500 metre mark, and we'll see when the results come through, but it looks like they've held on to that. They were sitting up very nicely during that race, just tapping it along. Coming home here hard on the outside, we have the UTS composite crew of Cormac Hayes and Lachlan Roush, but it's Mitchell Kaponis and Liam Glacken who take out second place over there in lane 2. Third looks to have been Ollie St. Pierre and Josh Wilson from Mossman, with the UTS composite in 5th place. And then in 6th place there in lane 6, we have the Canberra ACT combination of Connor Scott and Raphael Priest.
Yep, it's well called, Andrew. And UTS crew, Mitchell Kaponis and Liam Glacken. Now, Mitchell, lovely young man, just finished his HSC, and was a really positive influence on the shed. So good to see people like that around, and I'm sure the leaders of that race, Tom Anderson and Elliot Simpson, are similar. I know they're very nice young men. So good to see those two working hand in hand, having nice people rowing quickly. That's what we like to see.
The winning time there was 6 minutes and 47 seconds. It's a slight difference to the combination of Murphy and Parry in the elite double, but that's to be expected, and I think those boys can be very pleased with that effort for an under-21 double scull.
And on your live stream here, we will see a fantastic photo of the great Sean Murphy repping his Mossman colours with his AIS shirt in the single, his boat of choice, the Filippi.
And that concludes the morning of racing here. We're just going to be going to a short lunch break now, and then following the lunch break, starting at 12:30, we'll have the finals of the men's under-17 double sculls. Now, just remembering to return those bow numbers, everyone. As soon as your race is done, please take those down to bay number 1. We just need those bow numbers for races later on in the day, and don't want to have to be replacing those constantly. Just a reminder to stay in the shade as well, keep hydrated, and keep the slip-slop flap going. And now, Peter, we're going to head off to lunch, but I look forward to joining you back here after lunch.
We sure are. I can't wait, Andrew. And just in addition to that as well, make sure we remain COVID safe. It's nothing new for all of you, I'm sure. Just do our part.
Just before we go to the lunch break, it looks like we have those winners of the men's under-21 double scull heading towards the podium. So we'll call that on. And then we'll be heading off. We'll forgive those boys for giving each other a not really COVID safe hug there. They've been rowing a boat together, training together, so can't really escape it there. But here, if we turn our attention down to the podium, we have the winners of the men's under 21 double scull from Sydney University in a time of 6 minutes 47 seconds. We have Tom Anderson and Elliot Simpson, coached by Christopher Holliday and Jack Hanley. Congratulations, fellas. And that there definitely rounds out the morning. We'll be seeing everyone at about 12:30.
Good afternoon, everyone. I'm joined again by Andrew Brown. My name's Peter Waldersey, and we're back for race 48. Good day, Andrew. How was the lunch break?
Fantastic, Peter, and it's lovely to be joining you here in the commentary box for the second time today.
And Andrew, we begin our racing, race 48, with the men's under 17 double. Now that will be raced in lane 4 by Mossman 2, Jacob Hickory, Joe Lynch. Lane 5 by Glebe, Oliver Klotz and Archie Osborne. Lane 6, Mossman 1, Lachlan Fraser and Finn Satava. And lane 7 by the Shaw School, Thomas Waite and Will Clubb. Coached by Tim Morrison. Now, the Shaw School, we haven't seen too many of them today, too many school crews. So it's good to see these guys coming in, joining in on some club events.
Yeah, a pretty prestigious rowing school there. It'll be interesting to see how these young blokes go. Another notable addition there in the coaching, we have Bjarni Ungemark, the son of Judith Ungemark, who is co-coach of these two Mossman crews. A fantastic young rower himself in his day. He's taken a bit of a step back now to get into some coaching, and it'll be interesting to see how all these crews go today.
Right you are there, Andrew, and Bjarni, a great young man, so we'll see how his crew goes today. That would be Mossman 2, and Mossman 1, my apologies.
Just to get a bit of an update on conditions this afternoon as well. It's 32.5 out here at the moment, with the wind being 11 k's an hour from the east-northeast. So looks like we'll have a slight tailwind for this afternoon. We have a total of 10 races, I believe, this afternoon to go through, and the wind should be just easing off into the afternoon. And they're away now in the men's under 17 double scull, and we'll call this as they come down the course. We've had two scratches here in this race as well, in lane 3 from Glebe and also lane 8. We had a North Shore Composite that have both scratched. And just from the live stream here, it looks like Glebe has gotten off to a slightly quicker start, trailing by both Mossman crews, and Shaw sitting up there as well, doing quite well.
Yep, Andrew, and as we said earlier, the Shaw School. Now, these school and club programs are run mildly differently, not hugely. There's probably more of a base within schools to get, I guess you can handpick some bigger fellas, some good pedigree in from the school program into a school shed, whereas the club sheds are run a little bit differently. So it's interesting to see how these two styles or programs will rank up to each other. It looks at the moment from our screen like it might be the Glebe crew in lane 5 ahead. Now that will be Oliver Klotz and Archie Osborne, coached by Brad Smith.
So they're just coming through the 500 metre mark now. It is that Glebe crew that is in front, and then it looks to be the Shaw School in lane 7, followed by Mossman 2 in lane 4, and then Mossman 1 in lane 6. And Peter, neither of us really came through that school rowing program, but it's interesting to see the dynamics and the differences in the training.
No, yeah, we're club bores, I believe is the term, Andrew. But yeah, we've been around the clubs for a while. We did avoid that school system, which I think is the main feeder into the open club events. You see a lot of guys, older guys that have come through GPS schools into the sport.
Yeah, I think that lack of early training is pretty evident now in our rowing together in the pair, but we make the most of it, don't we?
Fake it till you make it, Andrew. That's the name of the game, isn't it? It looks like there's been a bit of a change of the guard, so to speak, here, Andrew, as the glebe crew is starting to fade away, and I believe, is that the Shore School coming through? And so we were talking before, Andrew, about the different programs and how they might, coincide, and it looks like the Shore School is being quite commanding in this middle section of the 2K race, and that is a good sign for sure. Anyone can come out in front, and Jack Messages showed us that in the past, but if you can hold it throughout the race, as this crew from the Shore School is doing quite well, that's very positive.
Very positive indeed, Peter. They've gone through there in about 3 minutes 30 at the 1K mark, tapping along really nicely. They have maybe taken the rate down a touch there, slightly lower rate of striking, but it looks like they're still holding the boat up quite nicely and rowing with some good form. So it'll be interesting to see how these guys go over this last 700 to 500 metres and how they just try to continue to hold that pace.
Yeah, right you are, Andrew, and in these younger events, the men's under 17 double, it's the first bit of 2K racing these blokes will have done. Especially in the double, it's very, very interesting to see how a bit of unity in the combination will assist the rowers. As they are younger, a bit less developed, it's easy for them to have a bit of a blowout, maybe get ahead for 500 metres. But if they're rowing evenly, together, efficiently, you'll find that they'll probably dominate in this middle 1,000, and that does seem like the case here for the Shore School in lane 7 as they approach the 1,500.
Now, for those of you who are following along online there, we've got our first splits coming through. Didn't really have some markers for the 5 or the 1K, but at 1,500, we've got the Shore School out in front in 5 minutes 18. 7 seconds and 8 seconds back to the Mossman crews, and then we have Glebe very close behind with less than a second. So those next 3 crews are really quite close together, with the Shore School having a bit of a commanding lead at the moment with that double there of Thomas Waite and Will Clubb. And it looks like from the Shore School here, Thomas is just waiting to take the rate up there, with Will looking to really club it home at the end.
And coming into the 100-metre mark now in the red boys, they are raising that rate of striking, and they are coming along well. That unity in their stroke is really doing them a lot of favours, and looks like they just really muscled through in that middle 1,000. Oh, they've hit a little boy. They haven't hit the second one. They have come across there. Lane 7 will win that race at Waite and Clubb, and they have done that in a time of 7 minutes and 11 seconds. Quite good for a men's under 17 double scull.
Yeah, Peter, that's not a bad time at all. And then we've got Hickey and Lynch from Mossman in second place, and in third place, just a second behind, was Fraser and Satava. And then we have Glebe rounding out the field there of Watson Osborne.
And race 49, we have the Women's Masters Single Scull. Now this is another handicap race over 1,000 metres. So in lane 1 we have Jacqueline Ford, lane 2 Zoe Morrison, lane 3 has been scratched, that's the Newcastle Uni Crew, lane 4 is Balmain Emma Forsdick, lane 5 is Glebes Heidi Lindell, lane 6 is Nepean's Vanessa Edwards, lane 7 Leichhardt's Daniela Bogert, lane 8 is Mossman Sarah Hill, and lane 9 to clear out the field is Jacqueline Harris. Now this is another handicapped race, Andrew. So we have the lane 6 to 9 going off go, and they are C-grade athletes. And we have lanes 2 through to, I believe, lane 5 will be going off 3 seconds, B-grade athletes. And lane 1 is our A-grade sculler off 5 seconds. And it is just over 1,000 metres, these Division 1 of the Women's Masters Single Scull. So a 1,000 metre race, a bit of a quicker one. We can expect to see some quicker times, maybe a bit more towards 4 minutes than 8 minutes, which is what we'd see in a 2K race. So a bit more of a sprint.
These athletes, since they're only competing over 1,000 metres as well, will probably only get one split, which will be at the 1,500 metre mark. So that will give us a good indication of where the field is sitting. There probably won't be a huge amount of movement from the 1,500 to the 2K. It's not quite the same as getting a 500 metre split in a 2K, because a lot more can happen. But then again, in these 1K races, you never know what happens in that last 500. They're just coming through that 1,500 now, and Peter, I think you're bang on with 2 minutes flat and 0.22, and then in second place, Vanessa Edwards of a second behind. In third, we have Jacqueline Harris, and in fourth, we have Heidi Lindell.
Yep, pretty good bit of guesswork for me there, Andrew. The 2 minutes 0.22. I was 0.22 off. I'll try and do better next time. And that would be, as you said, Daniela Bogart, and I believe she's from Leichhardt. Yes, she is. Now I've double checked. Coached by Jeff Patterson. Jeff Patterson has been doing a lot of coaching there for years and years, as well as Balmain, as well as I believe Drummoyne. I think he's just one of those rowers and oarsmen that just loves to give back to the clubs around the inner west mainly. So good to see Daniela Bogart in the C grade category.
Daniel Bogart there, who as well had a 5-second handicap over Nepean 1, and she's managed to maintain that lead. And they're just coming down to those red boys now.
Now, Andrew, I was going to say that gap there of 0.99 at the 500 metre mark between the Nepean sculler and the Leichhardt sculler, it is interesting looking at these. You've really got to look back at the draw and see if there was a handicap, because if that Nepean sculler was one of the ones off 3 seconds, then it would look like it would be quite a tight finish there. But it looks like that gap has been made just through a little bit extra speed in that first 500. And you can see it looks like that has been consistently stretched out. And the Leichhardt sculler, I believe that's Daniela Bogart, in lane 7, will take out the Women's Masters Single Scull.
4 minutes and 5 seconds there for the winner, so that was some pretty good guesswork by you there, Peter. Then in lane 6, we have Vanessa Edwards in second place. And then I believe we have Heidi Lindell in third place there from Glebe. Fourth was Jacqueline Harris. Fifth was Jacqueline Ford. Sixth from Balmain, Emma Forsdick, to round out that field. Now just turning our attention down to the presentation area, we have the winners of the men's under 17 double scull race 48. From Shaw School, we have Thomas Waite and Will Clubb, coached by Tim Morrison down there at Shaw. Congratulations, boys. Returning our attention here to the course, we have the men's masters single scull coming down now, which is race number 50. In lane number 1 from Glebe, we have Justin White. Lane number 2 from Nepean, Jason Waddell. Lane 3 from Leichhardt is Kwan Gamaras. Lane 4 from Glebe, Andy Wiggin. Lane 5 from Mossman, Alexander Dodge. Lane 6 from the Central Coast is Matthew Acton. Lane 7 from Leichhardt is Simon Miller. Lane 8 from Glebe, we have Nicholas Galea. And lane 9 from Leichhardt, we have David Raymond. And once again, Peter, over 1,000 metres, this is a handicap race. We have lanes 4 to 9 going off scratch, as we call it. Then in lane 3, Leichhardt as a B grade athlete as opposed to a C grade of 4 seconds. And then lanes 1 and 2, both A grade athletes going off 5 seconds. So a small gap there, but it'll be interesting to see how these guys mix it up over the last 500 metres here. Well, actually, we're well within the last 250 metres. We're coming up to 150 to go here.
Yeah, Andrew, right we are. And it is a different race, this 1,000-metre racing. You see Jason Waddell there in lane 2 is absolutely jacking the rate, and he's trying to get an edge up on that Leichhardt sculler. And it's going to be quite a close one here, Andrew. It looks like Jason Waddell's probably getting a bit more speed, but that Leichhardt sculler's just got a little bit of time on him there. Now he's going to be off 4 seconds as opposed to 5. It's that 1 second gap. Oh, Andrew, I can't call that one. Oh, I think that's Jason Waddell.
Yeah, that looks like lane 2 came home quite hard there. Trading barrel balls right through the last 50 metres like Pokemon cards almost. And then we have
tell you what.
lane 5, Alexander Dioj from Mossman. Then we have lanes 4 and 1 and lane 8 from Glebe to round out the field. Oh, no, further down we also have lanes 6 and 7. Apologies, I've got a computer blocking my screen here, my view.
And Andrew, as you said, some great racing there. Really, really good racing. Jason Waddell seemed to just kick that one out at 3:37.44. Really well done, Jason.
So that there was Division 1, just finishing off now, of the men's master single scull. And then on the course now, we also have Division 2 of the men's master single scull, which is race 51. Lane 1 from Balmain, we have Michael Kemp. Lane 2 from St George 1, Alan Roberts. Lane 3, Penrith 1 is Darryl Young. Lane 4 from Abbotsford, Andrew Patterson. Lane 5 from Nepean is Paul Grady. Lane 6 from Glebe is Adam Ramshaw. Lane 7 from Mossman is Hugh McDonald. And lane 8 from St George is Paul Wilkinson.
Yep, Andrew, and some good athletes here in this race. Again, we have some F-grade scullers all the way through to D-grade scullers. Now, one of the D-grade scullers, Michael Kemp, is actually a restorer of old timber shells down on the Hawkesbury, I believe, and does a fantastic job of restoring these old bits of history, and is the descendant of a professional sculler back in the day, who did a fantastic. Was a fantastic oarsman, so a good bit of pedigree there in lane 1 with Michael Kemp. So if you're ever interested in the restoration of old timber boats, he's the man to talk to.
It's an interesting factoid there, Peter. I'm not sure how many people are in the wooden boat restoration business, but it's certainly impressive to see those old shells when they've been done up really nicely. They do look quite sweet. And they've just come through the 500 metre mark there. And in first place, we have Paul Grady at 1 minute 55, followed by Hugh McDonald, followed by Adam Ramshaw, Andrew Patterson, Paul Wilkinson, Alan Roberts, Michael Kemp, and then Darryl Young. It doesn't look like a massive spread in the field, to be honest, which is an indication of good handicapping, I think, in this race.
Yeah, I agree 100%, Andrew. I think it's an indication of good handicapping, and the beauty of that is you've got different speed athletes that will have a good close race, and that looks to be the case here. It looks like the lanes closest to the grandstand have quite a dead heat in their race, which is good. That's what we like to see as spectators. Unfortunately, we don't have many of them due to COVID, but it is a very, very good bit of racing to watch.
Paul Grady here, who went through the 500 metre mark in first place in 1 minute 55, looks to have held on and quite possibly built up quite a lead actually in this race here. He's got quite an impressive rate of striking here coming into the last 100 or so metres.
Yep, Andrew, and remembering Paul has a 5-second handicap, so to start 5 seconds behind the first guys and to have quite a commanding lead, it's a good show of strength, especially in the scull. The scull is quite a difficult boat to move, and I know myself personally, I've avoided it for 3 years now, and happiest 3 years of my life. But Paul Grady doing a great job there in the E-grade category, taking out Division 2 of the Men's Masters Single Scull.
Indeed, Peter, it's a boat category that, if it can be avoided, it's often best avoided. We have Paul Grady coming through in first in 3 minutes 53, followed closely by Hugh McDonald 4 seconds behind from Mossman. Third place from Glebe, we had Adam Ramshaw. Fourth from Abbotsford is Andrew Patterson. Fifth from St George is Alan Robertson. Sixth from Balmain, we have Michael Kemp. Seventh, we have Paul Wilkinson from St George, and just crossing the line now from Penrith, we have Darryl Young to round out that race. Down on the start line now, we have race number 52, which has just popped up on the live stream if you're watching. It's the Men's Masters Single Scull Division 3. So as you can see there, they're just trying to get a line set off the start. It's a little bit difficult to manage in conditions like this where you have a bit of tailwind coming along, especially as well when you've got handicaps going, having people going off different times. You've got to have a line set and then hold on the line for up to 25 seconds as we have here, where lane 1 through 5 will have to do, and 15 seconds for lanes 6 and 7.
Yeah, Andrew, and the negative of that 1K racing, it does look like one of the athletes has gone off go, even though that wasn't their handicap, so they're backing it down a little bit now, so they're starting the fair race. The negative of these 1K races is that there's no boat holders, and that does mean you get a bit of an inconsistency with the start time, which is a bit inevitable. It looks like they're doing a great job, the marshals down there.
Some good sportsmanship there from lane 6, which was Timothy Mason, I think, from Leichhardt. Looks to have jumped the gun a little bit early, but then held up and waited for his competitor from Penrith to come up to him before he actually took off there at the start. So that's fantastic to see.
Yep, Andrew, and I know my history in handicap races have always been to go a second early, so he's a better man than me, I can give him that.
And Peter, the temperature out there has kicked up another degree again. We're up to close to 34 degrees. It's supposed to keep rising throughout the afternoon, so everyone just make sure you're keeping the water coming in, keeping hydrated, keeping out of the sun, doing all of the above.
Yep, Andrew, slip, slop, slap, no hat, no play. That's the way to go. We'll keep COVID and sun safe.
So going through the 500 metre mark here, in first place we had Robert Drury from North Shore at 2 minutes 14 seconds, and in second place it looked like, this here says Mark Williams, which I'm not too sure about because supposedly we have a scratch, but we'll just confirm those 500 metre splits as they come through a bit further towards the end of this race here.
And now, Andrew, coming into the last 250 metres, we have the two rowers on either extremity of the course looking like they're fighting it out for the lead. This does present a bit of a hard one to call, especially from the commentary box where we are. Andrew, to me it looks like it might be the sculler in lane 8 that is just leading, but I have been wrong in this situation before, so any of the keen observers in the grandstand will be able to judge this one better than me.
Yeah, Peter, it certainly does look like Robert Drury is coming home quite well. I then believe over in lane 3 from Glebe, we have Mark Titian. And then over here with his bow number on its side in lane, would that be lane 5?
Yeah, I think that's lane 5.
Lane 5, we have Richard Jones from Abbotsford. But it actually looks like the sculler in lane 3 from Glebe, who's come home really quite strongly off one of the bigger margins of 25 seconds. So that's great to see. And then in lane 8, we have Robert Drury. Lane 5, Richard Jones.
Yeah, really good bit of racing there. And lane, I believe it was lane 3, racing lane 8 there. That's quite a hard one. You don't want to look out of the boat too much to see your competitors because obviously they're quite a bit away, so you're going to disturb the boat balance a bit. It's a little bit of a grit your teeth and pull as hard as you can sort of situation, Andrew.
Indeed, that seems to be the way these 1Ks go. We then have Tim Mason in lane 6 from Leichhardt crossing the line. We'll ignore that 500 metre split, which said Mark Williams was in there, and as he has indeed scratched. Then in lane 4 from Lithgow, we have George Ald. And then to round out the field, in lane 1, we have Andrew Sapansky. And over in lane 7 from Penrith, we have Doug Young. So on the screen now we have race number 53, which is coming through, which is the women's elite double, and looks like it's just the women's elite double. We've had 3 scratches in this race so far, so it's really only the Sydney Composite crew which is looking to do a bit of a time trial here. We have Alexandra Moylan from ANU, who I had the pleasure of training with for a while down at Mossman there when the ACTAS crew came up during the bushfires of last year, and she is joined by Grace Cypher from Sydney Rowing Club, and they are coached by Lachlan Carter and David Framano.
Yep, and I know this a bit of a younger crew. I know Grace Cypher has been doing some good work on the erg and has done some good work in the past, so it's good to see these guys giving it a bit of a hit out in the double. Now those scratch crews were Sydney University, Georgina Gotch, Kate Rowan, Sydney Rowing Club, Lily Gavin, Lily Eels, the 2 Lilies. Glebe was Phoebe Laurie and Ashley Potter. So they were part of the women's elite double and then 2 women's under 23 doubles. So with the scratching of those 3 crews, it does become a time trial. Now, it's a bit harder to get a good time in these time trial conditions as you don't have anyone pacing you, but if you pace your race right, you are able to sometimes get a good time and see where you're at, Andrew.
Indeed, it's really a mental game for these rowers at the moment. They'll have made the effort to come out to Penrith today. It's hot, they've done the warm-up, they'll want to get out and put down a decent time. We've got Grace Cypher there in the stroke seat, tapping it along quite nicely, and then Alex Moylan sitting up in the bow, just keeping it honest. And these 2 girls here are rowing this boat along quite nicely. As you can see, they're coming forward to the catch. They've got just a little bit of backsplash, which shows the connection that they're getting through the blades there, and then they're putting the legs down and sending it away. They've got a decent rate of striking as well. Their stroke rate's up. They're really just trying to get a good time here, I think, Pete. They're in a lovely yellow M-Packer as well, which always helps the cause.
Sure does, Andrew. The yellow stackers with the famous slingshot riggers, the Ted Hale special. So this boat, the M-Packer, not to be confused with the illustrious Ted Hales back in the day. But yes, Andrew, as you said, it looks like a good bit of rowing, just ticking along. You don't want too much backsplash there, as that can slow the boat down, but it's a good show of just connection. Looks like they're just placing nice and delicately. In that double, it's what you need. You just need a bit of a delicate place, clean release, and a bit of connected power together.
And as you can just see there, they've just ticked the rate up a slight bit. I think they're looking to have a bit of a build into the line. They've gone through the 1500 there in 5 minutes, 44 seconds, which is not shabby at all. So they've been doing a really good job here of keeping it honest.
Yeah, right you are, Andrew. It does look a bit like that wind we had earlier has ticked around to a tailwind, which is good, but it again looks like it has been a slow day for the remainder of the day, beginning of the day. But this double really looks like they're handling the conditions very well. They're just placing nice and delicately, clean release together. And again, in this time trial condition, it's not a fun one to do, but they're doing a great job of keeping each other honest in that nice stacker double.
It looks like they've just made another rate call again. They've ticked it up ever so slightly. And they're both sitting up very tall there. Nice lean over at the catch. Keeping the body straight and getting a good lever through the blade.
Yep, and as you said, Andrew, they've made a rate call. Looks like they've made another one right at the 100-metre mark. And that is when we have seen most of the crews today jack the rate up. So with 100 metres to go, they have jacked the rate up again to get a nice time to show the selectors, and a brilliant race there by Alexandra and Grace. Well done, girls.
Yeah, both coaches following that race along there on the bicycles. I think they can both be happy with that performance. It certainly looked like an honest row from the girls, and they've done their bit. Well done. Now, Peter, as we make our way into the last 4 races for the day here, we are all going to be seeing 1,000 metre races, all Masters crews, and it will be, as a few other races today have gone, a case of handicaps and graded races, which is always good to see.
Yep, it sure is, Andrew. And we begin with the women's Masters double scull, which is at 1:29, I've just been informed by Andrew. So the time now is 1:06. So we do have a short break until the women's Masters double. So if you are an athlete in the stands, feel free to go grab yourself some food. I might do the same, Andrew. We'll see how we go.
Too right, Peter. Again, just making sure everyone's returning those bow numbers down to bay number 1 at the NSW sheds. And Pete, this gap will just be to make sure that the officials have time to move everything from the 2K start line to the 1K start. They'll be able to start packing up down the end of the course as well. So for anyone who's following along on the live stream at the moment, it is currently 1:10. We don't have another race until 1:29, so there will just be a 20-minute break. And at the end of that 20-minute break, we'll start with Division 1 of the Women's Masters Double Sculls, followed by Division 2 of the same category. And then for the last two races of the day, we will have the Men's Masters Double Scull Division 1 and 2. And we're back. Peter, we have the Women's Masters Double Scull Division 1 out on the course. As you can see on your live stream here, they'll be starting at the 1,000 metre mark.
Yep, we sure are, Andrew. And in this race, we have Division 1 of the, as you said, the Women's Masters Double Scull. Glebe 1 B grade, Heidi Lindell, Jacqueline Harris. In lane 2, we've got Penrith B grade, Alana Parker, Natalie Moran. Lane 2, C grade, Jennifer Zonga and Daniela Bogart, I apologise, who won the single earlier today. Abbotsford 1, we've got a C grade crew, Jodie Panagopoulos and Cecil Fur. Balmain 1, Renata Ipma and Emma Forsdick. Nepean C grade, Palmina Grady and Kathleen Murdoch. Leichhardt 1, Belinda Brigham and Jane Hutchinson. St George, Christine McGrady and Andrea Coos, who I believe raced earlier today. And Balmain, June Roberts and Zoe Morrison.
And that Balmain crew actually looks to have scratched according to my screen here. So it'll be just the first 8 lanes will be contesting this out here. Lane 7 from St George, Christine McGrady and Andrea Coos will be going off scratch as they are D-grade athletes. Then lanes 3 through 7 will all be heading off on 4 seconds, and lanes 1 and 2 B-grade athletes will be going off 8 seconds. And it looks like they've actually got quite a good line there, Peter.
I was going to say, Andrew, it looks like the Alina's done a very good job there. They've looks like they might have cracked a joke. We have a Leichhardt rower having a giggle, and they're all backing down. Unfortunately, I thought they had quite a good one there, Andrew. I would have started that. That's why they're doing that, and I'm doing this. It looks like they're all backing down. They were just a little bit over, so they'll perhaps reline up. If they can line up similar to how they were, I'm sure we'll have a nice even race between these scullers. And a bit of banter being had at the start line as well. That's always nice to see. That's how we keep the sport interesting, isn't it, Andrew?
That's indeed correct, Peter. We do have a few crews here who have elected to put their bow numbers on their sides, but we'll just take note that those are lanes 1 and 6. I'm not sure if that's for aerodynamic purposes, but we shall see how this race unfolds.
I've heard it's at least 2 seconds, Andrew.
Maybe we should give that a try sometime. So in this tailwind here, it's going to be a little difficult to get these crews to form an exact line, but it looks like they're pretty solidly across now, and so I think we could expect to see a start shortly.
Yeah, Andrew, we are 1 minute away from start time, so pretty much bang on. And we are underway. That would be the St George crew going off go, D grade in lane 8. And pretty much the rest of the field there going off in 4 seconds. Most of them are C grade. And 8 seconds later, which is now, we've got the B grade going off. So 8 seconds is quite a bit of a gap in 1,000 metre racing. And that's 16 seconds over 2K, which is a fair distance, Andrew. That's a pretty big margin.
You're certainly not wrong, Peter, when you compare it to the actual length of the race, but we shall see how the handicapping works here. As we've mentioned several times today, the 1,000 metre race is not something at all to be underestimated. You really don't have a whole lot of time to settle into any sort of rhythm. It's quite lactic from the start all the way through until the finish line.
Yeah, you are right, Andrew, and I do hate 1K racing for myself. I'm not very good at it. It's something I'll leave to the experts, but I'm not exactly a sprinter, Andrew. These girls seem to be. They're coming down quite well. It's probably a bit too early to tell who's in the lead, especially with the handicaps. But it does look like it's lane 3 giving it a really good crack. Now that would be the Leichhardt crew, Daniela Bogart and Jennifer Zonga. So that would check out. Daniela winning the division of the Women's Masters single scull. So good race underway, Andrew.
Does look to be a good race there, Peter. It's looking quite still out there at the moment. That tailwind is still holding up through just toward that 500 metre mark there, where the athletes have just gone across now, with the St George crew coming across in 1 minute 57, followed by Balmain 1 of Renata Impa and Emma Forstick, followed by Nepean, then Abbotsford, Glebe and Leichhardt.
Yep, Andrew, and if we look at the handicaps here, it's quite interesting seeing that split. So the Balmain 1 crew of Renata and Emma are 4.49 seconds behind the St George crew. Now that St George crew has gone off go, and the Balmain crew has gone off 4 seconds. So although it is a bit hard to tell, it seems the St George crew has lengthed about 0.5 of a second out on the Balmain crew. And so it'll be interesting seeing this last 500 metres who has the legs to push through, or whether that St George crew is going to be able to lengthen out more or hold on to that lead they've already gotten.
And in these shorter races, Peter, I think the lactic can really build up quite quickly. So it's not exactly a given that these athletes will be able to hold that through until the finish line, but they look to be doing a pretty solid job here. In lane number 8, the St George crew looks to have held on to that lead.
Yeah, you are right, Andrew. The lactic acid really gets you, especially the 1750 mark. It's a bit of a higher pace race than the 2K, so it's quite a hard one. But as you said, it looks like St George might still be ahead.
Got a fair bit of crowd support going on for this one here.
Sure do. And coming up to the line, it looks like it will just be the St George crew. It looks like the Balmain crew has dropped a little bit behind there, by the looks of things, Andrew.
That's correct. So it's the St George crew coming through across the line in first place. Then in lane 3, we have Leichhardt. Looks to be maybe lane 5, I think there. Balmain, who's come in third place. And then actually we have a photo finish for 4th and 5th between lane 6 and 1. So we do have a bit of consistency with the numbers being on their side.
Must be that aerodynamic advantage.
Absolutely
Andrew.
Nothing to split them there, Peter. And then we have lanes 4, which is Abbotsford 1, and then lane 7, which is Leichhardt, rounding out the field.
We'll really need to get in touch with our closest wind tunnel to test the aerodynamic features of that sideways number to see just how much of an advantage they have gotten from that. But as you said, good bit of consistency. And that concludes the fourth last, I apologise, race of the day, the Women's Masters Double Scull Division 1.
Out racing now, we have Division 2 of the Women's Masters Double Scull. It looks like we have 2 scratches in this race. So in lane 1, we have Leichhardt 3, which is Diane Williams and Gabriella Mazza. In lane 4, we have Abbotsford 2, which is Rowena Stewart and Marcella Cox. Lane 5, Glebe 2, which is Julie Hanna and Martina Taylor. Lane 6 from Mossman, we have M. Barrack and Jenny Wilson. Lane 7 from Glebe, we have Catherine Maxwell and Miyake Kelly. And then in lane 8 from Mossman, Micah Kelly. And then in lane 8 from Mossman, we have Anne Taylor and Margaret Small. Now, if we're looking at the handicaps here, we have lane 8 going off scratch, which is an H grade crew. Then lane 7F off 21. Lanes 4 through 6 E grade off 27 seconds. And then lane 1 D grade off 32. So, Peter, really quite a spread in the start times of these crews here.
Yeah, it sure is, Andrew. And 32 seconds over 1 kilometre. Now that's not a lot of, that's quite a lot of time. But that lead is still kept by Annie Taylor and Margaret Small of Mossman. The H category double. Whether they are able to hold that for the last 500 metres will be interesting to see, but time of 2:11 I think in that first section. It looks like they are being caught up there a little bit by the other Mossman crew. Again though, 32 seconds is even the next closest crew, 21 seconds, which would be Glebe, and 27 seconds the other Mossman crew. Is still over 1 kilometre, a hell of a time limit, Andrew.
You're indeed correct. It looks like that Leichhardt crew has made up the most ground on Mossman 1, with Mossman 2 crew being 20 seconds. They had a 27-second deficit to make up, so they've taken 7 seconds off in the first 500, and it looks like those crews are coming down with 100 metres to go. And it is still Mossman 1 of Taylor and Small who seem to be in the lead, and it looks like they are followed by Mossman 2 of Barak and Wilson.
Yeah, Andrew, and that lead they've got, it looks like they're probably going to hold on to it. The Mossman 1, Scullers and Taylor and Margaret Small. As they come into the line, I think that lead's just a little bit too commanding for anyone else to catch them. So they're coming through quite confidently with a good, still quite a good high rate of striking, as they quite cleanly row that double across into first place with a time of 4 minutes, 28 seconds, 0.17.
So good day here for Mossman. Congratulations to Ann Taylor and Margaret Small. Then in lane 6 from Mossman 2, we have M. Barrack and Jenny Wilson. Over in lane 1, Leichhardt with that 32-second deficit of Diane Williams and Gabriella Mazar. And then we have lane 4, which is Abbotsford of Rowena Stewart and Marcella Cox. And then to round out the field here, we have lane 5, which is Glebe 2, Julie Hannah and Martina Taylor. And it looks like they've just got a slight advantage over lane 7, Glebe 3, of Catherine Maxwell and Micah Kelly.
Yep, Andrew, and at the conclusion of that race, we now bring the attention through to the grandstand, where we have the presentation for the Women's Masters Double Scull Division 1. Now, this was won by St George, McGrady and Coos. Congratulations, girls. Well done.
Peter, on the course now, we have the penultimate race of the day, which is the Men's Masters Double Scull Division 1. Once again, this will be raced over 1,000 metres. These athletes will range between A and D grade. So in lane 3, it looks like we have Justin White and Jean-Baptiste Balliot. In lane 4 from Leichhardt, we have Charles Buzzacott and David Raymond. In lane 5, Leichhardt, we have Simon Miller and Franz Gravenhorst. Lane 6 from Mossman, we have Mark Lewern and Alexander Deutsch. And then in lane 7, we have Stuart Cowab and Robert McNeil from Sydney. Now, those D-grade athletes in lane 6 and 7 will be going off go. Lanes 4 and 5 off 7 seconds, and lane 3 off 8 seconds. So not a huge spread in the start times here. So in this race so far at the 500 metre mark, we had Mossman 2 of Luan and Dioj, they came through in 1 minute 46.39. That followed by Leichhardt 1 of Buzzcott and Raymond. They were only 1.54 seconds behind. Then Sydney of Cowup and McNeil, who were about half a second behind. White and Valio, which were a second and a half behind. And then it was about 10 seconds out to Leichhardt number 2.
Yeah, and even with that spread, it looks like they've all come around to a pretty even spot here, coming into the 100-metre mark, those illustrious red boys. Looks like it will be Leichhardt lane 4, who will be just a little bit ahead, but it'll be pretty hotly contested for the minor placings here, between Glebe, Mossman and Sydney Rowing Club.
From Sydney Rowing Club, it looks to be the same combination on the pair earlier on in the day. Mossman crew will be coming through for second place there. That's Mark Lewern and Alexander Dodge. Then in, what do we have there? Third place was Sydney of Cowup and McNeil, who were 2.5 seconds behind, and then Glebe of White and Value were a second and a half behind again. And then to round out this race here, from lane number 5, we have Leichhardt number 2.
And for the third last time of the day, we will take your attention over to the grandstand, where we have the presentation of Division 2 of the Women's Masters Double Scull. Now, this was won by Ann Taylor and Margaret Small. Congratulations, ladies. Well done.
Well done, ladies, and well done, Mossman. Nice. COVID safe high fives there. It's great to see. And finally, Peter, we've got the last race of the day, which is the Men's Masters Double Scull, Division number 2.
Yep, we sure do, Andrew. And in the Men's Masters Double Scull, Division number 2, we have St George, Paul Wilkinson and Christopher Jones. Abbotsford, Michael Hayes and Andrew Patterson. Glebe 2, Mark Tejan and Adam Ramshaw. And now we have a scratching from Mossman, which was going to be James Taylor and Mark Williams. And Abbotsford, lane 7, I apologise, is Richard Jones and Douglas Stewart.
So they're just crossing the 500 metre line now. It looks like Abbotsford 2 of Richard Jones and Douglas Stewart to be out in the lead. They look to be followed closely by, I believe that would be lane 5 of Glebe, with then St George and Abbotsford following closely behind.
Yep, right you are, Andrew. That looks pretty spot on. Now, when we look at the handicaps here again, we can see that Abbotsford 2 went off go. Glebe and Abbotsford 1 went off 7 seconds. So, if it's a bit close between those boats, we can assume that Abbotsford 1 or Glebe 2 might have a bit of better speed, and may, in this final stages, snag the win. But it's a long race. We'll see how we go towards the Red Boys. And it looks to me like coming into the final stages, we have lane 7, Abbotsford 2. The crew that did go off go, they are being hunted down there by the Glebe 2 crew, Mark Tejan and Adam Ramshaw. But it looks like they will retain this lead, coming past the grandstand into the Red Boys. But they are challenged by the Glebe crew. They are being challenged. They're really fighting back though.
They've got a very similar strike of rate strike at the moment. Lane 5 has just really brought it up. But lane 7 there, Abbotsford 2, looks like they're going to hold on for the win, followed closely by lane 5.
Yep. Yep.
Over in lane 3, we have the St George crew who are going to come through for 3rd place. And then we will see lane 4, which was Abbotsford 1 of Michael Hayes and Andrew Patterson rounding out the field.
Yep, just a little, too late there from the Glebe crew. It looks like they gained about 5 and better part of 6 seconds there on the Abbotsford crew. They did have 7 seconds to gain, so they were 0.13 of a second away. 1.36, I apologise, and that's a good margin. They've caught up, but just not quite enough, Andrew.
And there we go, as we have both had some pretty big stumbles verbally in that last call there. I think it's probably a good time for us to wrap it up. That's been a great day of racing out here. I think the conditions have been quite promising all day. Thank you to all the athletes who have come out and raced today, all the volunteers, lifeguards and everyone for putting this carnival on. Please remember as well to keep bringing your bow numbers as well down to the NSW shed as soon as you can.
Yep,
The New South Wales shed.
that would be the New South Wales shed, boat shed 1 to bring your bow numbers to. And I couldn't have said it better myself, Andrew. What a great day of racing. And we will thank the new commentator, Andrew Brown, who's done a fantastic job. And I'm thankful for you all to have us on board. Again, what a great day of racing. Thank you, volunteers, and all the racers today.
Yeah, thanks, Peter. You certainly shouldn't be paying me to do this job, but I thoroughly enjoyed being up here. It looks like we'll just have a couple of presentations before we round out the day. Turning our attention down to the presentation dice for one last time today, we have race number 57, which was Division 2 of the Men's Masters Double Scull. And in first place from Abbotsford, we have Richard Jones and Douglas Stewart. So congratulations. So that there concludes the day for us here. Thank you again to everyone for coming out and making this event possible, and it's bye for now.